Perfect timing. Good afternoon, Indiana. We are starting our live weather coverage. Today is Sunday, March 30th, 2025. We have a severe weather outbreak potential today with a level 3 enhanced risk. Live weather coverage we do have tornado watches in effect, which is the yellow shaded region extending as far south as the Ohio River, all the way up the I-69 corridor up into northeast Indiana. We're expecting additional I was like, what is the noise? We're expecting additional watches later on for the Louisville Weather Forecast Office. That area is blank right now while they wait for storms to move east. We are joined by live storm chasers in the field. We have Blaze Abner below me. We have Brad setting up near Attica. He's the first guy we're going to watch as storms are moving into his area right now. We have Adam, who's down in Spencer County. And we have Jacob Wolf in the Evansville, Fort Branch areas. We'll get to talk to everybody here soon. We're going to start with Blaze, and he's going to kind of fill us in here on what is going on and his ideas and stuff like that. Blaze, you have a copy?
Yeah, I'm here.
All right, buddy. What's going on? Let us know how you feeling about today.
So overall, this definitely has a little bit of a heightened, I call it a butterfly level. For chasers, a lot of times we might get butterflies for certain events. This is one of those where I kind of do, mainly because there's uncertainties still. Right now, with that line pushing north of here, that's going to bring a lot of wind towards northern Indiana, towards southern Indiana. There are some storms firing out kind of off in their lonesome right now. We're going to keep a heavy eye on those because those have the potential to go crazy if they can take advantage of the environment at play. We're sitting about 73 degrees with a dew point of 67 right by I-64 and I-40 or US 41. So that is a pretty decent environment to support storms. So any storms that can latch into this environment, they can really take off and have some fun. So I'm kind of waiting on those storms right now towards southern Illinois to kind of make their way up this way.
Awesome. Thanks, buddy. We're going to switch over to Brad here. Brad Jeffers, he's actually on the thunderstorm that's now severe warned for areas like Covington and Attica. Give me 1 second, Brad, and we'll get you updated here. So your thunderstorm warning for Covington and Attica. So I can get that up on the screen. Brad, what you seeing out there, buddy?
Right now, just some clouds, about 20-mile-per-hour winds. Definitely see an increasing rain wall coming towards me across the field right now. Kind of watching the radar as we go with velocity and everything, and looking to the south and west of me. Looks like I got a line to go through. So getting pretty excited and ready to rock and roll for the day.
Copy that, sir. We'll check back in with you shortly and we'll watch your stream closely. This is a new severe thunderstorm warning. This is the first of the day. This is in effect for areas like Covington and Attica. This is a tornado possible situation. Hail up to 1 inch, quarter size. Wind gusts up to 70. This is a considerable damage threat. Storms today are going to be producing damaging winds in excess of 70 to 80 miles per hour. So very, very heightened risk for damaging wind today. And we're starting off pretty early. It's just now 3:00 p.m. And the first warning of the day is in effect. So we're going to watch this storm very closely. Let's break it down real quick. Switch over to velocity. And you can see where the highest wind gusts are currently ongoing. This is indicated by the bright yellow. Also need to watch some areas that are starting to rotate down here southwest of Georgetown, Illinois. That will move northeast towards State Road 63. This includes Covington, Attica, and the Waynetown areas. So starting off pretty quick. We'll monitor for storm reports on the Illinois side. We have an excellent crew here with me today that's going to be funneling reports into my ear as the day continues, so I don't have to stop and look for it myself. Let me switch over to the comments, see what we've got going on here. Hello, everybody. Thanks for tuning in. Looks like we started live at a perfect time. Went live, and 5 minutes later, we had a warning. So really good timing. So obviously, we're watching Brad's feed very, very closely as he is the first person to be impacted for our field staff today. He's on that Attica storm. You're starting to see the dark clouds approaching him. Brad, if you could just lower that camera just slightly. I think I told you to go a little bit too high. But he's out there. So we're going to watch him closely. He's on that severe thunderstorm warning is in effect for the Covington and Attica areas. And this is the lineup of all of our people out in the field right now at the bottom. Blaze, Brad, Adam, and Jacob. We'll have additional hunters on here shortly once storms start moving into their areas. Let's back out and kind of take a look at what we got going on a larger scale here. So you're seeing that bowing segment that's starting to form with this first round right here. And that is moving off to the east-northeast. It'll eventually approach areas like Lafayette, Rensselaer, Northwest Indiana, Logansport, Covington, Attica, and all the way down to Terre Haute. That is just the first line of storms for the day. We have additional storms firing south of St. Louis. That's going to be watched closely as it moves off to the northeast as well. That threat will likely be greater for the Evansville, Vincennes areas, and eventually Bloomington and the I-69 corridor. We have our crew out today. They're getting it done. We also have a live weather camera up to my right. That can be viewed on our YouTube channel at any time, 24/7, 365 days, unless we lose power, of course. All right, let's dive back into the severe thunderstorm warning for the Attica area. Go back to the original screen here so you can see all the storm hunters. So severe thunderstorm warning continues for Covington, parts of I-74, Attica. This is Warren County, Vermilion County, and parts of Fountain County. 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts issued by the National Weather Service Indianapolis office. The storm, these are moving very quickly. This storm is moving at 65 miles per hour to the northeast. So it's going to be on top of Brad here pretty quickly. They're definitely not wasting any time. What in the world was that? All this is happening inside a tornado watch that's in effect until 8 o'clock p.m. for most of the state. I believe even the northern Indiana tornado watch is also until 8 o'clock p.m. So a lot of this, that's how fast these storms are moving. They're going to get through the state in 5 hours. So definitely watching very closely. With these storms today, these storms are moving so quickly that you're going to need to be paying attention. You can see how large, like how far out they're issuing those severe thunderstorm warnings. They're doing that because the storms are moving so fast. So you need to be notified quicker and sooner to make sure that you have plenty of time to get to your shelters and whatnot. One thing we want to watch for are these little storms that are popping up out ahead of the line. You can see some of them right now up near Lafayette, some up here near the Fowler area, and additional down near the Terre Haute area. Got to watch those closely in this environment. Those could be supercells far out ahead of the main line and cause some issues. So, all right, switch back over to Brad here, see what he's got going on in his stream. Brad is in the Attica, Indiana area. It's getting dark. He's going to be the first storm hunter of the day to be impacted. So we're going to see in real time what that storm that's approaching Lafayette is doing. And while we watch him for a second, I'm going to zoom in on that Lafayette cell because it's looking very, very suspicious right now. All right, let's hop back over to the Doppler radar here. You're seeing this storm that's firing out ahead of the main line. It's already got that look to it, the little curve with the inflow notch ongoing there. This is the situation we want to monitor very closely because these storms that fire by themselves, we call them renegades. Those could be a problem. So it's already got a hail core indicated by the purple. Let me switch over to no, that's Indianapolis radar. Let me switch over to the radar in northern Indiana so we have a better idea. I think Indianapolis is going to be the best radar right now. It is. So we're absolutely watching that. There's no obvious mesocyclone on that storm just yet, just looking at the velocity scan. It remains just a rain shower at the moment with some heavy rain more than likely and probably some small hail starting to mix in there. Let's check in with another storm chaser that's on the ground. Let's check in with Mr. Jacob Wolf. He is out in the Evansville area. He's awaiting storms. Jacob, do you have a copy?
Yes, sir. I'm currently just north of Fort Branch, looking southwest. Quite a lot of clearing going on at the moment. It's definitely heated up here quite a bit in the last hour or so. I think I'm with Blaze on this one. I'm aiming more towards the southern cells that are firing behind the main line up north and seeing what they do here next.
Awesome, sir. We're going to be watching you very closely. That area is under the gun for some severe weather later on today. So keep doing you. We'll check back in here shortly. Let's hop back over to the Doppler radar, watching these storms in the severe thunderstorm warning. There is a new severe thunderstorm warning now out for areas like Fowler, Rensselaer. That is likely a damaging wind threat. 70 mile per hour, considerable damaging wind threat on that storm. Let me update. Update the banner. I like how I didn't capitalize the Western. Looks better like that. All right, so we have a couple severe thunderstorm warnings now in western Indiana. This includes Benton County, parts of Newton County, Fountain, Vermilion, and Warren County. 70 mile per hour wind gusts. This storm system is starting to take a very nice straight line shape, and so there's likely going to be some pretty strong wind gusts in this storm as it crosses the state line. This is going right for the Lafayette area, Attica, approaching Fowler, and eventually areas like Crawfordsville. This is the first set of severe warnings that we've had today. Let's jump down south. Let's see what these storms back here in southern Illinois are doing. These are the cells that we want to watch for our southwestern counties. We have a huge renegade cell that's firing up near Mount Vernon, Illinois. That will be moving this direction towards Terre Haute, Sullivan, Vincennes areas. We want to watch that closely. Still got some time before that one begins impacting Hoosiers. Right now, the focus is the line of storms that is moving across the state line right now, approaching Lafayette, Attica, Fowler. Severe thunderstorm warnings for 70 mile per hour wind gusts and a tornado possible tag. We do have a storm chaser in the path of this line of severe storms. He is just outside of Attica, which is in the center of your screen there, inside that severe thunderstorm warning. He picked a really good spot, and those storms are now crossing the state line. So we'll have real-time information on what's going on there. So if you're in Lafayette, we're about to have real-time information on what these storms are doing when they impact our storm chaser in that area. Storms are moving at roughly 60 to 65 miles per hour at the moment. So they are not moving slow. I'm so used to checking it. If you have any content or you want to submit reports on your social media, you can upload your photos and videos and use hashtag IWN. That way we know what's going on in your area, because we don't have storm chasers everywhere, obviously. So if you have something, especially storm damage or something that we need to know and people downrange need to know, you can send us a message to the page or use hashtag IWN on social platforms. So this is the first round. We have cells starting southwest of Terre Haute now. Let's dive into those and make sure we don't have anything crazy happening there. We switch over to the Central Illinois office. And it's kind of a radar gap, so we're not really going to get a good feed on that right now in terms of rotation. But storms southwest of Terre Haute need to be watched. They're kind of out there by themselves. Yeah, it's very windy across the state today. Low level wind shear is okay. Low level wind shear is not an issue today. It's very windy. Storms are certainly going to rotate, especially ones that are by themselves, and at least initially. We are expecting like storms form into a line as they move east later on. And when storms form into a line, the tornado threat lowers. It's not zero, but it lowers, and it becomes a more of a damaging wind threat, and that is the main hazard today is damaging wind. There are several cells that are firing in southern Illinois right now that we want to watch for people like in Evansville and Vincennes, and we'll get to that here in a second. This storm southwest Terre Haute is growing pretty quickly near Prairie Creek, Indiana. It is crossing into Terre Haute right now. Matter of fact, hey Dalen, can you pull up traffic cams from Terre Haute? Yep. We'll pull up some MDOT traffic cams, get an idea of what's going on there with that storm. Jumping back up to the 2 severe thunderstorm warnings that we have right now includes Benton County, Fowler, Attica, Covington. It's just southwest of Lafayette. That is where we have Mr. Brad Jeffers on scene in the Attica, Indiana area. He's about to intercept the storms that are moving in. Dark skies, and you can see that it's getting closer. So we'll have an idea of what this storm is doing as it approaches Lafayette here very soon. Additional storms forming out ahead of the line. Let's see what that storm report is while everybody's looking at Brad. That was a storm. Looks like we are, is that Louisville? No, that's not. That sounds right. All right, back to the severe thunderstorm warnings, western Indiana. Let's jump back into them. 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts reported on these storms. Also a tornado possible tag. Won't take much for storms to start spinning today. What's up?
It's raining at the statewide.
Okay. I just need important updates. I got radar. But 2 severe thunderstorm warnings ongoing right now. We want to watch the storms north of Fowler up here that have a special weather statement on them as well. Let's switch over to the Chicago office. They're kind of messy up there, but if this gets into a line, it could start producing some damaging wind gusts as well. That would be approaching the Gary, eventually Michigan City, LaPorte, Maryville areas. Looks like for right now, though, let's jump down here and kind of show you guys what's going on. We want to watch these cells here that are starting to fire in southern Illinois for you southwest Indiana people that are used to severe weather. These cells right here need to be monitored. Little dots popping up. They're by themselves in a favorable environment. They're going to be moving northeast, eventually towards Vincennes, maybe up towards like Sullivan, Evansville area, where we have at least 3 different storm chasers in that vicinity waiting for storms to get there. So we'll have plenty of coverage when they get there. But trying to give everybody a heads up ahead of time so you're not surprised. Let's jump back up to the Indianapolis radar site. Those storms are now crossing the state line. We're going to be moving into Attica here pretty close here pretty soon. Covington likely getting impacted right now. Fowler about to get impacted as well. Very gusty winds, 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts on both severe thunderstorm warnings. And this is all tucked inside the tornado watch. That goes until 8 o'clock p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. That is the yellow shaded region that you see on the map. Looks like Brad's moving for us. We'll watch him closely. He's going to be the first one to get impacted, so we want to watch his stream closely. He's there at the bottom left of your screen. Bright and sunny out. Yeah, it's picking up. It's sun's come out, instability is growing, storms are firing, and they are severe, as expected. Live view from the Attica, Indiana area from Stormchaser Brad Jeffers. That storm is about to impact that area of the state. Severe thunderstorm warnings out from all the way up towards Rensselaer, all the way down to just north of Terre Haute right now. definitely watching that closely. All right, so hop back over to Doppler radar. Let's scroll out, and you guys have an idea of what's going on here. This is the big picture right now. So focusing on the storms that are approaching Lafayette, that is the first area of concern. These storms will continue into northern Indiana with time, and eventually get up towards Logansport, South Bend, Gary, Fort Wayne. And then additional development is possible and actually ongoing down here in southern Illinois, and those storms will move this direction eventually over the next few hours. The greatest hazards today, if you want to post that, you can. Greatest hazards today, damaging wind gusts. That's the big one. Large to very large hail, perhaps up to 2 inches in diameter, and brief tornadoes. At least for the first round. Second round, if the little low-level jet ramps in, we might see a strong tornado or two embedded in a line of storms, or supercell if they fire out ahead of that main line. Tornado threat did slightly go down, but it is still in existence. There is potential for a few tornadoes today and maybe 1 or 2 strong tornadoes, but damaging wind will be the main hazard. There's a new severe thunderstorm warning out now in northwest Indiana, which we'll cover here in a second. But that's what we're looking at right now. Forecast updates will be provided throughout the evening on the page by our excellent staff here at the Indiana Weather Network. Let's jump up to the new severe thunderstorm warning that's in effect. This is for Maryville, parts of Gary, Shelby, Morocco, Indiana, as it crosses into Indiana from the Illinois side. 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts. Let's put it in motion. It's got a weird movement to it, so it's almost due north, but it's more of a northeast. We're watching that closely. So it looks like it's got a little bit of a hail core in it as well, so there's probably some hail falling. Although it says less than 3/4 of an inch, there's probably some hail starting to fall in that storm. We'll see what it does as it moves off to the northeast. But that is our newest severe thunderstorm warning. Let's drop back south and switch our Doppler radar sites back to Indianapolis. And this is the storm system that's really packing a punch, the one that's moving towards Attica right now, Pine Village, Fowler, and are eventually approaching the Lafayette area. That is the storm system that Brad is on right now. And you can see skies are getting really dark. He's driving into Attica right now. I recognize that area. He's coming into Attica driving west. So you're looking west, and he's going to park it in Attica. That is the line of storms that is moving into the city right now and eventually move up towards Purdue University, Lafayette area. Fowler, you're about to be impacted. Schuyler, just a heads up. Covington, Vermilion County, also under the gun. Send out a notice to Schuyler, just make sure she's paying attention. All right, let's get back to radar and take a look at things. Severe thunderstorm warnings continuing. That line right here that's approaching areas like Fowler, Oxford, Attica, Pine Village are really becoming a organized line. You can see how sharp the line is from the Covington area all the way up west of Fowler. That is an area where there's likely some 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts ongoing as it approaches the US 41 corridor. So areas like Oxford, Otterburn, eventually Lafayette, Brookston, Fowler, Attica, and Covington need to be made aware of that and ready to move away from windows. You do not want to be next to windows, and just go ahead and seek shelter just to be safe. These storms can produce tornadoes very quickly today, so we want to make sure everybody's in their safe place just in case. Scrolling back out, let's jump back down to the Evansville radar, see what we got going on down here. Still got some little storms attempting to fire west of Evansville. We want to watch. We have a severe thunderstorm warning in southern Illinois. These storms are moving. Yeah, we're live. You want to answer? So we're watching those storms down there west of Evansville as they start to develop. Also watching the severe thunderstorm warning that just got issued for Hammond and Gary, Indiana. That is for tornado possible tag 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts. So storms are almost moving due north, but more northeast-ish. And check comments if we don't have any like storm reports. Nothing. Okay. If you guys have anything you need to let us know, be extremely helpful. So if you have storm damage, snap some photos, send it to us. Use hashtag IWN if you're going to upload it. That way we can funnel that information out to the people that are downrange so they can prepare. Let's do a quick recap. We're looking at 4 severe thunderstorm warnings in western and northwestern Indiana now. Storms to the south are packing a little bit more of a punch. 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts. This is a considerable severe thunderstorm warning for damage. Also, the one that's passing through Fowler right now, 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts, considerable damage threat. And then the 2 that are up in the northwest Indiana area are 60-mile-per-hour for the time being. Yeah, the sun has definitely popped out. It's growing the instability. We're still kind of waiting to see if the sun came out in time. But we do have 4 severe thunderstorm warnings ongoing. So if that says anything. And this area was super cloudy for most of the day. So it seems like clouds didn't really slow anything down for the time being. This is the wider image of what's going on right now. We have tornado watches indicated by the yellow shade on the map that go from central Illinois, southern Illinois, all the way through parts of western and northern and central Indiana. So a lot going on. Let's jump back into Indianapolis radar and let's go into the Terre Haute area. They're getting impacted right now. Storm kind of hanging on the south end. There is some rotation in that storm. Northwest of Terre Haute, where lightning is starting to appear now. We're going to watch that closely. That would be moving this direction, approaching Harrison, probably on top of Harrison right now, getting close to Brazil, Indiana, and the Rockville, Indiana area. So Park County, Vigo County, all those areas need to be paying attention for the time being. There is some rotation in that storm we want to watch closely. When you get lightning that starts to pick up as well, that's something we need to watch. New severe thunderstorm warning now includes Lafayette. Am I on the right radar? Yep. This is 80-mile-per-hour wind gusts. So that's going to be substantial damage. Dalen, that's going to be the first thing to look for.
We're at
Lafayette.
Lafayette.
We got 80-mile-per-hour wind gusts.
Okay.
So that storm is now a destructive severe thunderstorm warning. Yes.
Has somebody spotted a tornado?
No, they're just trying to get you out of the outdoors because it's packing 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts. We're live right now.
I don't see any. We're outside. We're outside playing with trampoline.
Yeah, you'll see it in about 5 minutes.
Okay.
All right.
Just want to make sure.
All right. Call me after. All right. Bye. Sorry about that. That was my daughter's mom, who's in the path of a severe thunderstorm warning right now. Lafayette storm, destructive tag now. This is for 80-mile-per-hour wind gusts. So let me change my banner here because that's going to take priority for the time being. Destructive. I got to learn how to type. Okay, so 80-mile-per-hour wind gusts on this storm that's now passing Attica. Let's tune into Brad. And Brad, can you give us an update on what you got going on?
Just right now, trying to find a little bit of a better view of what this storm's going to look like. I'm getting ready to turn around and give you a view of what's behind me, and we can go from there.
Copy, sir.
We're turning
We'll
into
keep an eye on you. He's going to turn around for us. He is on the storm that is now destructive severe thunderstorm warning that is approaching. There's a tornado warning now. So tornado warning, Attica, Covington. All right, so we have an IWN alert tornado warning now in effect. This includes
Confirmed.
Covington, Indiana, Attica, Indiana. Yeah, Brad, I got you. I got your
Where do you
tornado
wanna
warning opportunity here in a second. This storm is moving, it looks like due northeast, approaching I-74. Let's go ahead and switch over to the velocity scan, see what we got going on here, and that's the rotation. That is a concern right now. It's a little bit broad. There's some lightning picking up. This is moving due northeast, approaching I-74. It is approaching Covington. So, Jeff, if you're paying attention, you need to be seeking shelter now. Vetersburg, Indiana. If my sister's watching, you need to be seeking shelter. This is also approaching Attica. All these areas now in a tornado warning. This is northern Fountain County, southern Warren County. Likely includes Williamsport, Indiana as well. Rotation's still rather broad, but in the environment today, they're going to be warning just about anything. But we're going to watch that closely. Let's go ahead and it's not observed. Let's go ahead and switch over just to make sure we don't have anything funky going on. Nothing screams tornado on the ground at the moment. These things can happen very quickly, though. So be sure to be in your shelter and ready just in case. Rotation is certainly there. And it has triggered the first tornado warning of the day. Again, this includes Covington, Vetersburg, and Attica. We also don't want to ignore the ongoing destructive severe thunderstorm warning that is approaching Lafayette. 80-mile-per-hour wind gusts on that storm, likely impacting the Attica, Indiana area right now. We have Brad at the bottom left. I'm watching his stream very closely. Let's see if I got any storm reports here. Tornado warning, blah, blah, blah. That tornado warning does go until 4 o'clock p.m. It is important to note that the tornado warning is issued for both, obviously, a tornado, but it's also issued for extensive straight line wind damage. So not only are you dealing with a tornado in the tornado warning, you're also dealing with gusts to 70, 80 miles per hour. There's also a severe thunderstorm warning, destructive tag on it, approaching Lafayette. Purdue University, also with a tornado possible tag on it. Skylar, if you're watching, I'm paying attention. She's all right.
I got scanner pulled up too.
Watching the rotation near Fowler. You're fine, Skylar. You're looking all right for now. It's going to get windy. We're still paying attention to the tornado warning that includes Covington, Attica. The rotation, not that impressive right now, which is a positive thing. Straight line wind damage. It looks like there might be actually rotation starting right on top of the Attica and Williamsport area right now. Just paying attention to this region right here that just popped up. I want to watch that closely. Mom, if you're watching, please get to shelter. That is heading right towards where my mom lives. Independence Riverside, eventually Black Rock, Indiana, approaching Lafayette, Purdue University areas. Been something about this region this year. Thanks, Cody. I got your photo, buddy. Buddy of mine, Cody Hall, who lives in the Warren County, Fountain County area, is sending me photos of the storm. Definitely paying attention there. We're watching Brad stream at the bottom left. He's on the tornado warning storm right now. He's likely trying to stay ahead of it when you can, Brad, and have a safe place to do so. Let us know what that storm looks like. Point the camera towards it. Let's catch up here. There's no other warnings anywhere in the state other than these right here. So we're going to continue paying attention to these storms that are approaching Lafayette. We have a tornado warning in effect for Attica, Covington. We have a destructive severe thunderstorm warning that includes Purdue University, West Lafayette, and Lafayette. Destructive for 80-mile-per-hour wind gusts. That is a dangerous situation. You need to be in your shelters. Treat it like a tornado. The storm is absolutely packing a punch. Let's see if we have any reports here. Go ahead.
just trying to keep in front of this here because that rain wall is so thick. It's hard to see through.
Gabby, keep doing you. I'm going to wait for you to turn around and point at it, and then I'm going to pull up your stream. All right, so Brad's going to turn himself around here. All right, so this is the live feed from the tornado warning storm. This is the Attica tornado warning. We'll let him get back into place here. Yeah. So look how thick that rain is. You're not going to be able to see the tornado. It is going to be completely embedded in rain. This is a look at the tornado warning right now. So you can't identify a wall cloud. We can't identify rotation. Can't identify a tornado. So it's important that you take warning serious and seek shelter. While we're looking at him, I'm going to go ahead and update the tornado warning banner. But that is a live feed from the tornado warning near Attica from Stormchaser Brad Jeffers. That storm also warned for the Lafayette, West Lafayette area as a destructive severe thunderstorm warning, 80-mile-per-hour wind gusts. So not only are we dealing with a tornado warning, we're dealing with intense straight line wind damage as well. Hopping back over to radar, let's put this in motion. I'll switch back over to velocity. Thank you, Brad, for that. If you need to stay ahead of it, go ahead and move. Yeah.
Benton County just observed 100-mile-an-hour winds. They just sent
All right. You guys good?
Terrified. She thinks there's a tornado coming.
How's the, is there any damage?
It's very windy.
Yeah, apparently, you said it was emergency management?
Yes, emergency management. They're
I'll send you.
I got it. They're reporting 100-mile-an-hour winds in Fowler or in Benton County per emergency management. So just
Don't mind your daughter coming back, but
she's all right.
it's very windy.
You're all right. Just stay in your place for now. I'll let you know when it's clear. Are you guys watching the live?
Am I what?
Are you watching the live?
No, to be honest, Colin went outside to go pick up some.
Oh my God. All right.
To go pick up one of those metal flamingos, and the lights came off of it.
All right. The storm's almost past you guys now, so just hold tight for a few more minutes.
Calm down just a little bit.
All right. I'm going to go.
All right.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Sorry about that, guys. My daughter's in the path of that storm in Benton County, so making sure they're all right. I'm sure you understand. Yeah, emergency management reporting. I'm going to verify that. Let's see. Let's go to Chicago office. I don't see anything. Where is that being reported at?
the Benton County EMA.
So their actual page?
I'm sending you a screenshot, Zach. I'm
Right.
looking at something.
Okay. So Benton County Emergency Management, which is this storm right here in Fowler, is reporting 100-mile-per-hour wind gusts on that storm. This is an extremely dangerous situation. It's approaching Rensselaer. It's approaching Wolcott, I-65, eventually Monticello. They have extended the severe thunderstorm warning on that. It's still marked as 70, but emergency management is reporting higher. We also have a new tornado warning now in northwest Indiana, so things are starting to pick up here. I'll do my best to bounce around. New tornado warning for Schneider, Shelby, Indiana, Roselawn, Indiana, I-65 there in northwest Indiana. Let's jump back down. Let's jump back down to the Lafayette cell. We know Lafayette cell is warned for 80-mile-per-hour destructive wind, and there's also a tornado warning on that as well. So very serious situations ongoing right now. We have emergency management reporting gusts well over 80, 90 miles per hour on the storms near Fowler, which is northwest of Lafayette. The storms are approaching Rensselaer, Morocco, or I'm sorry, not Morocco. I forget the name of the damn town. Wolcott, sorry about that. Wolcott, Wadena, Fowler. This line of storms right here, eventually approaching Monticello, Reynolds, Chalmers, Brookston. 100-mile-per-hour wind gusts reported by emergency management. We'll wait for obviously additional information there because 100 mile an hour, there's definitely damage somewhere. Tornado warning continues for Attica, Petersburg. This is moving northeast towards Hillsborough. Hillsborough, sorry, it started raining here. I was like, what the heck? Stoneboro, Petersburg, Newtown, eventually up towards Odell, Indiana. Tornado warning ongoing there. This is Warren County and Fountain County. Let's take a look at, let's pull up Brad's stream for just a second. He's on that tornado warning that is near Attica. Attica no longer in the tornado warning. They have shifted it slightly. Stone Bluff, Newtown, eventually Odell, Indiana. They're in Fountain County now under the tornado warning. Let's see here.
I just had a quick spin up near Roselawn, a little bit west of Roselawn. I didn't see it, but I was in it.
Copy. Thank you. Storm hunters reporting some rotation on the storms near Roselawn. We'll cover that here in a second. Getting my banners updated real quick. Thank you. All right, so we got a lot going on. Let's back out for a second. Let's get caught back up. This whole line of storms now warned. We have a severe warning from essentially Terre Haute and I-70 all the way up into northwest Indiana. There's a lot going on. This is all inside that tornado watch that is set to expire at 8 o'clock Eastern Daylight Time. New severe thunderstorm warning north of Terre Haute, approaching areas like Crawfordsville, is now warned for 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts. Also, a tornado possible tag on that storm, which essentially every storm has the ability to produce a tornado right now and today. So just a FYI, a lot of these are going to be tornado possible tag. We have a tornado warning that continues for areas like Petersburg, I-74. This is just east of Covington. Parts of Attica are pretty close to Attica and southeastern Warren County. That is moving straight for the Lafayette area. It's a populated area. Also, a damaging wind threat ongoing for Lafayette. It looks like they lowered the reports on that one. At one point, it was 80-mile-per-hour destructive wind tag. It no longer is. However, still a tornado warning for areas like Petersburg. It's moving straight for Lafayette. Jumping north, we have a very large severe thunderstorm warning on the storm that just pushed through Benton County. Warned for 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts. There was unconfirmed reports on social media from emergency management of 100-mile-an-hour wind gusts on the storm that blew through Fowler. There was power outages reported. Some areas are back online now, according to text messages. Likely still some power outages there. Going even further north, we have a tornado warning that is now in effect for Schneider, Roselawn, Shelby. We have storm chasers in the area there reporting rotation. We'll get updates there from our guys on the ground. Also extended out to the northeast is the severe thunderstorm warning that is now for Valparaiso, Portage. That is 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts, obviously a tornado possible tag. And then finally, severe thunderstorm warning for far northwest Indiana, also 70 miles per hour and tornado possible tag. Zooming back out, covering the large scale here. Everything remains north of I-70 at the moment. Unfortunately, this is just the start. We're expecting additional storms to start firing. You can actually see them south of Effingham, Illinois, starting to get going now. This will eventually form a line and will move east across towards like Indianapolis Metro, an area south of I-70 here shortly. If you need a break from the severe weather, you can look at Team Windseeker and a beautiful view there. Also not a good thing. Blue skies creating massive amounts of instability, and that is what's triggering this severe weather outbreak that Indiana is facing right now. He's in Evansville. Yeah, look, it does look like Florida, yeah. This is from Team Windseeker Storm Chasing, and Blaze Abner there in Evansville. And that is what is causing these storms to intensify rather quickly, is that sunlight really heating up the surface. Large scale, what we're looking at right now, we have a tornado watch with the yellow, which is the yellow shade there in the back. That is the tornado watch, with a line of storms that have a history of producing destructive wind gusts. Moving into the Lafayette area, we have tornado warnings in effect for a couple of areas. A lot going on. Let me check comments. No, nowhere is clear yet. Just because you got hit just now doesn't mean anything. There's still more storms forming to the southwest of Terre Haute that we need to be watching for. All right, just keep asking about their individual towns. Anything from staff?
They've got a few in the comment. Nothing.
Hey, Zach,
Yes.
the VU County scanners, there's a lot of people saying it didn't touch down in Clinton, Indiana.
Okay. Social media, I'm assuming.
Yes.
Is it damage?
I don't know, but there's a lot of people saying it's touchdown for scanner feed.
Okay. I don't know how reliable that is,
I don't know,
but we'll watch it. Some unconfirmed reports of tornadic activity in the Clinton area, which is just north of Terre Haute on this storm. On the tail end, Charlie, of this cell here, right at the bottom. And let's go ahead and back it up here and see if we have any. I don't see anything crazy, but we are pretty far from the Doppler radar site, so it's hard to get an accurate measurement of rotation on those storms. Storms are doing a lot of things. Storms are producing some intense damaging wind gusts at times, and so any warning that gets issued, regardless as to whether it is a severe thunderstorm warning or if it is a tornado warning, just get to shelter. Treat everything right now as a tornado warning, because these storms are producing 70, 80. We even have reports of 100-mile-an-hour wind gusts on these storms. And then, of course, we have tornado warnings. So it's better to play it safe. It's better to keep yourself protected. Just seek shelter and wait it out, no matter what the warning is. Lafayette sirens going off. Yeah, absolutely. They should be. That's a severe thunderstorm warning moving into the area. People outdoors need to be indoors. It's almost too late now. Storm's going to be on top of them. Thanks, Kevin. Tornado possible tag on that Lafayette storm. Let's switch to velocity and let's just jump down these lines. So you can see all these areas that are starting to mix together, the red and the greens, especially in this area where that current tornado warning is exiting that area, but that needs to be watched where it's kind of starting to hook on itself. Got to watch that closely. Jumping down the line where this tornado warning is, rotation here. Looks like maybe southeast of Melot. But that tornado warning's weakened out pretty good, so I would expect the warning to be dropped here soon. But there's a lot of stuff going on, so we're kind of just bouncing up and down the line here. I would say the most concerning portion of this storm system is the part that's blowing through Lafayette right now, where you can see the line looks like a belly sticking out. You're gonna have a lot of decent, maybe damaging wind gusts out ahead of that line, and that's why the warning extends like 2 full counties right now, just trying to get people aware of what's going on and to tell them to get indoors and seek shelter. All right, let's check on our storm chasers here. Switch over to Brad real quick. Tornado watch extended until 11 p.m. Watch number 70 canceled. Okay, thank you, Jacob, for that. So the National Weather Service, what they did was they canceled the original tornado watch, and they replaced it with another one, and they extended it as well. So it's now until 11 o'clock p.m. for areas in southwestern Indiana. That's an area we certainly need to be keeping a close eye on. So Brad's on the storms that our tornado warned right now. He's gonna. Oh yeah, look at that shot. Yeah, point us to the right where that shelf cloud is. You can see, beautiful, perfect, buddy. Thank you. That's the storm that's approaching Lafayette right now. You can tell beautiful shelf cloud developing, likely some damaging wind gusts ongoing. In that storm, that's also a storm that's tornado warned as well. So you're getting a live shot. For those in Lafayette, that's what's coming to you. And it will be there very soon, if not already. Actually, it's pretty much in the town now. He is a little bit east of Attica. Watching that closely. Let me go ahead and pull up Life 360 and see where everybody is accurately. Okay, so Bragg got all the way to Romney. He's actually in the town that my dad lives in. He's like 2 minutes away from my dad. Send it.
Vermilion County has extensive storm damage. 63 is shut down.
Okay, so we're getting reports from Vermilion County. Extensive storm damage with highways completely shut down. This is this line right here. If we drop south here, it's this line that's moving towards Crawfordsville. 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts on that severe warning. Vermilion County reporting damage with highways completely shut down. We're going to go back to Brad's stream for just a second because he's got a really good view on that storm. Looks like it's going green there, Brad. What do you think? He might not be able to hear me. We'll come back to him in a second. But that's the storm that is pushing right into Lafayette and Romney. Let me update his location. So, Dad, if you're watching, this is coming into your town right now. How convenient. All right, let's jump back to radar. So we have reports damage Vermilion County, extensive damage in Vermilion County from this storm system that is moving to the northeast. We have two tornado warnings continuing for the Schneider, Roselawn area, as well as the Newtown, Melot, approaching Lafayette area. Make sure we don't have anything confirmed. That's radar indicated. So nothing confirmed as of right now. And this whole line, and they dropped that southern tornado warning, which I figured they would. This whole line is producing at least 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts. There have been reports from local officials of higher, 80, 90, 100 in some areas. So it's packing a bunch. It is packing a punch. So if you are out ahead of this line, it's moving very quickly. Actually, that's one thing we can pull right now, the speed. This storm system north of Lafayette moving northeast at 55 miles per hour. The one that's approaching Crawfordsville is also moving at 55. So they slowed down a little bit because they were going a lot faster there for a moment. So 55 miles per hour, that's the speed limit on a lot of these highways that these storms are impacting. So they are not moving slow, moving very quickly. They're going to be on top of you very quickly. They don't have to stop for stop signs. So it's going to be there fast. Lafayette being impacted right now. We'll wait to hear of reports from there. Let me check comments. I doubt there's anything. Yep.
For scanner feed, law enforcement saying zero visibility in Tippecanoe County.
That figures heavy rain, yeah. Brings up a good point. You're not going to be able to see a tornado. So if a tornado warning does get issued, there's so much rain, you're not going to be able to see it. They will be embedded. Treat every warning, regardless of what warning it is, as a tornado warning right now. These storms are certainly packing a punch. I was tweaking. I certainly was. My daughter was in the path about 20 minutes ago, and thank you. I felt like I kept my composure pretty good, I would say. Lafayette is very bad. Just drove through on 65. Okay. If you see any damage, let us know. But keep us updated on what's going on. We're going to watch Brad's stream here. He's trying to stay ahead of it. He's trying to stay ahead of it. We'll watch him closely. He's at the bottom left 2 below me. All right, let's catch back up here. We have additional storms now firing. These are the ones we're gonna have to watch. Yeah. Additional storms firing west of Terre Haute. Like I said earlier, Terre Haute, you are not in the clear yet. Just because you got hit, you are not done. There's a second round coming in, and additional storms are firing to the southwest of Terre Haute. Right here, this is the line that's going to be impacting areas south of I-70 within the next couple of hours. Indianapolis, Martinsville, Bloomington, Vincennes, Evansville. These are the storms that we need to be watching. They're doing exactly what the HRRR said. It's quite impressive. We got the line up north, absolutely packing a punch. Reports of 100-mile-per-hour wind gusts in that line, with extensive damage in a few areas. Be ready. That's all I can say. New severe thunderstorm warning just west of Terre Haute needs to be watched as well. Still pretty weak at the moment. 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts. That's still damaging wind. And this is the storm line we're watching closely. Just impacted Lafayette. I'm waiting for my Lafayette people to chime in. Hail reported in Wingate. That's just southwest of Lafayette. Right? Yeah, southwest of Lafayette. Storms are moving to the northeast at 55 miles per hour right now per Doppler radar. Do I think it's okay to leave Coven? Yeah. Yeah, you're fine, Corey. It's going to be rain. Watch for tree debris when you're driving. There's been reports of debris on roadways. Probably some power lines down, I would imagine. Let's see what that update was. Severe thunderstorm warning. Okay. These storms are moving pretty quickly. Northeast 55 miles per hour. They're packing a punch. The entire line, last I checked, still warned for 70. Now, the storm pushing through Lafayette has been downgraded to 60, but every other warning is warned for at least 70 miles per hour. So they are packing a punch. All right, once Brad gets his camera, there we go. He got fixed. So this is a shot from Brad. He is near Romney, Indiana, driving south towards Crawfordville. So he'll be in Crawfordville here soon. I know exactly where he is on 231. Copy, sir. I got you on stream. Watching his stream. He said he's got a decent lowering, so we're going to see what we got here. This is south of Romney, driving towards Crawfordsville on 231. So this is a view north of Crawfordsville, Indiana, which is south of Lafayette. Friend just sent me a video from Lafayette. I think that should be posted. Decision. So this is a live feed from Brad. New severe thunderstorm warning just came out for the South Bend area. Let me pull up content here so we got going on. Casey had a wall cloud.
I'll send it to myself. I can only.
Can you actually upload the photo that Casey just sent in? That Tiffany sent in on behalf of Casey.
Okay.
That one looks pretty good. I would say something like, I don't know, just be creative. But that's a delayed report too. So if you don't want to send that one in, you don't have to. All right, let's go back to radar.
You want me to just hold on to it?
Let me think. No, I would post the Lafayette one. I would crop it up to 4:3 ratio and then say something about the severe storm impacting Lafayette. Thank you, Josh, for that video. We're going to perhaps post it. All right, let's get caught back up. This is the wide view of the state. Tornado watch continues until 8 o'clock p.m. For areas up here. Expires in 4 hours, 6 minutes. And I believe they extended they did tornado watch down there till 11 o'clock. So this is what we're looking at right now. We have additional storms firing back southwest of Terre Haute that will need to be watched very closely as they go into a line. We do have storm chasers in that area who will intercept when those storms get close enough. Going back up to these storms, storms down here in the south approaching Crawfordsville right now, 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts. They've broken up a little bit, so they're not as impressive as they were. I'm going to pause. I'm going to go into the velocity look here. I'm going to see what's going on with these storms. There's your wind, the bright green color. That is your wind. Looking for rotation. There's something here south of Lafayette with a lot of lightning in the area. Let me do a side-by-side real quick. All right, let's mark it. So right here is what we're looking at. Possible rotation there on the south side of Lafayette right now. We want to watch that closely. That might trigger a warning here soon if it continues. It's moving towards Dayton. It popped up very quickly, so I'm going to assume that is rotation. That is on the south side of Lafayette. This is not warned, other than severe warned. The south side of Lafayette, it's in Lafayette housing additions. It's moving northeast, is approaching I-65, the Dayton, Indiana area, and Monitor, Indiana. Rotation popped up very quickly, so we're going to watch that, as we might have some action there in a minute. What's that?
You're the post.
Yeah, normal post. I would do something like video shows damaging winds impacting Lafayette. And that would maybe say severe weather outbreak is underway. Something like that, you know. All right, so next update, not as impressive, but still there. We're going to watch that closely. This is the south side of Lafayette. Nothing screams that there is a tornado on the ground at the moment. Let's jump back to reflectivity. Zoom back out. We do have a new severe thunderstorm warning that has been introduced for areas like Peru, 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts, Plymouth, US 31. These storms are moving decently quick, 55 miles per hour to the northeast. All right. So while we have a moment to relax and get caught back up here, I want to cover what's going on southwest of Terre Haute. All these storms here that are firing in central and southern Illinois will need to be watched closely. They are moving this direction, and they are forming a line. They are currently by themselves, but they're in Illinois right now. We do expect these to form into a line and move to the east. It will be close to Vincennes, eventually Evansville, Bloomington, and the Indianapolis metro. Inside that tornado watch. So we got to watch closely as the storm line forms and brings up a damaging wind threat for additional Indiana cities. And eventually the entire state might be impacted. We have severe warnings all the way up into Michigan now. Let's jump back down here. Let's go up north because we're not giving them much love. Let me check these storm reports real quick, guys. Okay, these are just updates for day 5. All right. Let's hop up on Brad here. Let's see what he's got. I believe he's getting impacted by the storms near Crawfordsville, between Romney and Crawfordsville. These storms are warned for 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts. We're going to watch his stream for just a moment. And he's getting impacted by those storms. So we'll keep a close eye on his stream. Brad, if something pops up, just yell at me. All right. Severe thunderstorm warning for northern Indiana. This includes Valparaiso, Michigan City, LaPorte, and South Bend. This is warned for 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts. If we jump down the line here, severe thunderstorm warning for Plymouth, Peru, Logansport, 70-mile-per-hour considerable damage threat.
Multiple semis, I-65.
Just yell it.
Flip it over.
Which part of I-65?
Right there at Lafayette.
Okay. Let's jump back down. Severe thunderstorm warning to include Lafayette. We do have reports of semis that have been knocked over on I-65 near Lafayette. So these storms are powerful enough to knock a semi over. Keep that in mind as they race off to the northeast. Lots of storm damage reports, including extensive damage from storms that were producing 70, 80, even higher gusts earlier. Reports of semis tipped over on I-65 near Lafayette, as I just mentioned. And this is all part of the severe weather outbreak that's ongoing across the state. Let's jump back south. Let's switch over to Indianapolis radar. Storms that are pushing through Crawfordsville. I'm really surprised I haven't heard from my sister yet. Storms that have just blown through Crawfordsville, approaching Thorntown, Lebanon. 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts on the southern end of these storms. We know that these storms have a history of producing extensive damage reported by the public in Vermilion County. So they're packing a punch. We all have a bunch of little cells that are firing out ahead, but we have been fortunate right now that these have not been tornadic.
Commenter saying there's a tiny tornado right next to their house in Battleground.
All right, let's jump back up to the Battleground area real quick. These tornadoes are going to be really hard to see. Just an FYI, they are going to be heavily rain wrapped. So if a tornado does happen, you might not see it. So just be prepared for that. I don't see anything right now. We'll come back to that report, Abby. All right. Let's take a break for a second. Let's go back to reflectivity. Let's zoom out so everybody understands where we're at here. We're watching the storms west of Terre Haute. Terre Haute might be impacted a second time. We have some photos from some of our storm chasers in Terre Haute watching that storm. Looks rather elevated, so that's kind of good. Maybe a lowering happening there, but watching that pretty closely, it looks like a shelf cloud. Outflow dominant right now, which is the main threat today. The main threat is damaging wind. All right, let's go back to storm chaser Brad Jeffers, who is in the area of Romney and Crawfordsville, getting impacted by the severe line that's pushing into that area. This is the line of storms that is approaching Thorntown, Lebanon. It's going through Crawfordsville right now, eventually Frankfort. Severe thunderstorm warning for these storms, 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts and some hail. So it's these storms right here. All these tucked inside the tornado watch that expires at 8 o'clock Eastern. All right. Let's take a look at the storms that are ongoing southwest of Terre Haute. That's going to be a concern for people in Terre Haute, Sullivan, Vincennes here soon. They're already starting to get that look that they're going to be a line here sooner or later. Sooner rather than later. Blaze is walking around looking at the blue skies. All right, let's check in on some other storm chasers we have out there. We have Sarah, who is patiently waiting in Brown County. These storms will be moving in that direction here within the next 1 to 2 hours as they start to become a line in Illinois and they cross the state line. Pretty good view there in Brown County. She's going to wait patiently for the storms to get to her. We're also monitoring 2 people down in southwest Indiana. We have Jacob Wolf, who's in the Evansville Fort Branch, last I heard. Again, waiting patiently for storms. And then we have Windseeker storm chasing with Blaze Abner also in the Evansville area. He was out taking some photos of the clouds. And these guys are just waiting for these storms, and girl, that's Sarah, waiting for these storms to, sorry, Sarah, get going, and they are quickly becoming linear. You can see how fast these storms are starting to connect. They were isolated; they're not isolated anymore. This will be the first threat for Terre Haute. This will be the first threat for Indiana on the southern end of this new line of severe storms. Severe thunderstorm warning for Marshall. That's Martinsville, Illinois. Marshall, Illinois, approaching Terre Haute from the west. And this is the current line. All these storms are, that's 60, that's 70, and that's 70. So the two sets of severe thunderstorm warnings, storms that are approaching Logansport, Peru, Plymouth, South Bend, LaPorte, and North Judson. Those are all 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts on those storms. Yep.
Major damage south, close to Clarksville. Multiple law enforcement is advising major damage.
Okay. We have reports of major damage by law enforcement in Tippecanoe County, south of Lafayette, from the storms that came through earlier. Brad Jeffers, do you have a copy? We're going to see if we can get a guy to hit to Clarksville later. Hey, sir, law enforcement is reporting major damage in Clarks Hill. I know you're kind of in that area. If you feel froggy to go check out the damage, let me know.
Did you say Clarksville?
No, sir, it's Clarks Hill, Hill. It'll be just east of Romney where you were a second ago.
Copy that. I'll pull over on the side right here and get my bearings, and I'll head that direction.
10-4, sir. Thank you. We're going to see if Brad can get up there to figure out how much damage is. Copy, sir. So just to recap what we just got, okay, law enforcement confirming major damage south of Lafayette near Clarks Hill. That area is actually still being impacted as we speak. It is right here. Where's my mouse? It is right here. So they have actually a second round coming into the area right now. So law enforcement on scene dealing with major damage, and first responders on scene dealing with damage there are getting impacted again. So we're going to see here in a minute, see if our guy can get out there and we'll see if our guy can get out there. But that's the report by law enforcement. Major damage, Clarks Hill, Indiana. This is just south of Lafayette, and that's where Casey lives. So I think Casey's on it. See if I can text him. Do you want to text him? Do you have? You don't know? Okay. He might be watching, but I'm going to text him anyways. All right, so that's the report we have now. We'll come back to that here in a second. This is all part of the severe weather outbreak that's ongoing now. Several reports of extensive damage in several communities. But again, we'll check back on the rest of the reports here in a minute. New severe, or no, that's current. Severe thunderstorm warning continues for Thorntown, Lebanon, 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts. Also Frankfurt in that warning. We do have a new tornado warning in effect for North Judson. Gotta do my cool thing to get people's attention. All right, so another tornado warning now in effect. This includes North Judson, Knox, Indiana. This is radar indicated for the time being. Let's take a look at our velocity and see what we got going on here. And we're in a bad radar area. Let's see if I can switch over to northern Indiana. That's better. So right there's the rotation that is that has triggered the warning. Not impressive just from the IWX radar, but the lot radar is kind of weird. So we're going to have to wait a second. But this is approaching Indian Hill, Knox, Toto. That's ironic. They're in parts of northern Indiana. This is near North Judson. So this is our new tornado warning. The storm is, let's see how fast it's moving. It is moving northeast at 50 miles per hour. This is radar indicated rotation. You should be in your shelters now. If you're inside this tornado warning, you will not be able to see the tornado today. It is going to be embedded in rain. You should just be in your safe area until it passes. I know we're all from the Midwest. We want to go outside and look. You're not going to be able to see anything. I promise you. A wall of rain before it hits you. Let me scroll back down here to catch back up with comments. Hailing bad at Clarksville. Brandy, we have reports of major damage in that area. If you can let us know what you're hearing through the grapevine. Oh, that's all right. I thought you had something. All right, let's bounce out here, put this in motion so people understand which way it's going. Hold on, I didn't hear what he said. Thank you, sir. We'll try to get better information for you. Dalen, where's that major damage in Clarksville at? We have an idea?
Not yet. I've just been hearing they're sending people all over.
Okay.
There's tornadoes going off at Clarksville or Royal Center in Logan or Cass County.
Bro, we're not 100% sure where that damage is, but I would just go towards Clarksville and see what you can find. Brad says he's only 10 minutes out from that major damage report in Clarksville. His GPS took over. Watch closely there. This is the new tornado warning. I was supposed to do something else here in a second. Oh, my sister's not home. Okay. All right. Let's get caught back up. I apologize. Let's get caught back up. So a tornado warning, North Judson. This includes the Knox, Indian Hill, Hamlet, parts of US 30. The counties in this tornado warning are Pulaski and Stark. Pulaski and Stark counties there in northern Indiana. Storm is moving northeast at 50 miles per hour. So if a tornado does touch down, it will be moving at 50 miles per hour, which is fast. Let's zoom back out, get a wider image of what we got going on right now. Tornado watch in effect till 8 o'clock p.m. for a lot of these areas. That is that's the yellow shade there on the map in the background. Oh, we got Blaze back up. Let's get him back up. Several reports of damage up and down this line. Emergency management in Benton County, 100 mile per hour wind gusts reported there. We have extensive damage reported in Vermilion County, major damage reported by law enforcement in Tippecanoe County, damage reported in Vigo County. A lot of stuff going on, a lot of damage. These storms are not messing around today. So make sure you are taking warnings serious. They're moving very quickly northeast at 55 miles per hour. So be sure that you are seeking shelter, giving yourself enough time to get to your shelters. Let's jump back down here. We're watching the storms that are growing very quickly west of Vincennes. These will be in Terre Haute soon. They'll be in Sullivan in the next hour or so. Vincennes in the next hour and a half. And probably Evansville, depending on what these little cells do to the west, in about 1 to 2 hours as well. Tommy, be safe, buddy. I wasn't talking to you. I was talking to you. Montgomery County. Hey, check up. Okay. Greenwood, not a side of the storm anywhere around. Yeah, still to the west. One post. Yeah, we do have reports of that. Semis tossed near Lafayette from the wind, I'm assuming, could be tornadic. But we do have reports of semis being tossed on I-65 near Lafayette. We're working on getting those reports as well to you. We have a great team working behind the scenes today. I'm not the only one that are funneling information to me as I talk to you guys. So you guys are learning things as soon as they do, which is pretty quick. Tornado watches continue in southwestern Indiana until 11 o'clock tonight. That is because this line is starting to form back here in Illinois. And then we have tornado watches for everywhere else practically in Indiana, other than the southeast corner, until 8 o'clock. Let's jump back up to this tornado warning for Stark and Pulaski County. This is going into Knox right now. Switch over to the velocity scan. Not as impressive as it was a moment ago. Let's see if I can get some. I think northern Indiana is closer. So, yeah, northern Indiana is closer. Bless you. Yep. So going into Knox, some rotation there, but nothing crazy. Let's take a look at our correlation coefficient. Make sure we don't have anything being kicked up. Nothing that screams tornado on the ground currently. So that's good if you're in Knox. However, straight line wind damage is still a major concern right now. So just because there's no tornado, no rotation that's obvious on radar, straight line wind are causing major issues right now, with dozens upon dozens, if not hundreds, of damage reports behind this line. I'm sure there's a lot of power outages ongoing for a lot of people as well. And these storms are booking it to the northeast at 55 miles per hour. They are moving, not wasting time. Thank you guys so much for tuning in to the live weather coverage today. First round of storms pushing through northern Indiana. We have additional storms forming southwest of Terre Haute that will pose a risk for Sullivan, Vincennes here soon, and eventually the rest of central Indiana, including Indianapolis Metro. This is just the first round north of I-70. Tornado warning up in Pulaski and Stark County. We have storm chasers out and about. You can see them all around on your screen in front of you. Starting with Brad, who's driving towards Clark's Hill, where there was reports of major damage by law enforcement there as storms came through. And then they got hit again by a severe storm. So he's en route to inspect the area for us. We have 3 others waiting their turn. We have Jacob in the Evansville area. We have Adam in Spencer County. And we have Blaze doing Blaze things. He's in Princeton right now. I'm assuming I have an idea what he's doing. I have a really good idea what he's doing. And we're watching this line of storms doing their thing. Let's see what this report is. All right, we're continuing coverage of a severe weather outbreak ongoing across Indiana, level 3 risk, and it's doing its thing. It's definitely a level 3 risk. Plenty of damage reports behind this line, and looks like Brad is driving into Clark's Hill right now. We don't have any. Stand by. We'll pull up his screen here. I can't really tell. It's kind of blurry. Okay, you see debris there at the bottom left. It looks like this, whatever the structure this is here.
Not too crazy. It looks like an old carport.
Copy. So some structure damage there in Clark's Hill. And that's where they're at right now. Yeah, they were, Brad, they were reporting damage somewhere in the town. I'm not sure if that's the only place, but they were reporting major damage. So there might be some structures impacted on the other side of town. It's not a very large town, so it'd be pretty easy to find. But we're going to watch his stream very closely. He's in Clarksville currently, where law enforcement was reporting some major damage. Let me update his location on the live stream here. All right, we'll come back to him in a second. He'll let me know on radio if something's going on. That was part of the storm system that was near Lafayette. So it's this line right here that's now passing Frankfort. Thorntown, I believe it's still warned for only 60. It is. New warning out for Howard County, Kokomo, 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts. The warning that includes a very large portion. Hold on a second. I think he was going to say something, but this warning is 70-mile-per-hour, considerable damaging wind, Logansport, Peru, Plymouth, and a large portion of US 31 right now there in northern Indiana. Let's jump back up to this tornado warning. Switch back over to northern Indiana office. Tornado warning continues for Knox, Hamlet. This is Stark and Pulaski County. Got some photos rolling in from Clarksville from Casey. Some structure damage there. Debris laying on the roadways. We have our guy in the area as well, driving around town looking. That's where law enforcement was reporting that damage, major damage. Yep.
West 800 South and State Road 18, just north of Battleground. There's on the traffic camera, there's a semi flipped over. All
Okay.
lanes are closed.
On NDOT?
Yep.
Let me pull that up. You said State Road 18 and 800.
Just north of Battleground.
Where are you getting a traffic cam up there? Oh, I see it. All right, so let me see if I can. I guess I can't. I'm gonna try to pull up this NDOT live feed for you guys because this is showing the. Go ahead. Service cut out. You'll have to say again, you cut out.
Some branches and some smaller trees and a basketball goal and a trampoline. That's about it.
Copy. We'll try to get some more reports for you here in a second. So this is a live feed from Tippecanoe County. Semis tossed on the interstate from the storms that rolled through just moments ago. This is a live feed courtesy of the Indiana Department of Transportation. This is just north of Lafayette, west of Brookston on State Road 18 and I-65. So that's how strong the winds were that they knocked semis completely over. Traffic had a crawl. All right, let's switch back to the Doppler radar. Share screen, window. Tornado warning does continue for Knox, Hamlet area. I expect that to expire. Let's go ahead and hop into the velocity here. Yeah, that's going to expire. Not looking as good as it did earlier, or bad, depending on how you look at it. Line of storm still booking it within that tornado watch that goes until 8 o'clock p.m. Eastern time for northern Indiana. Yes, sir. We'll jump right down to the southern storm here in 1 second. We're closely watching all of our storm chasers. This is Brady's in Clarksville where major damage was reported. Talking to some locals, which I'm sure will be able to give him an idea of what's going on. Semis tossed on I-65 near Lafayette. We've had hundreds of damage reports likely. Yep.
Bruce Scanner, block of US 35, 911 caller reports a tornado in the field west of US 35 for Cass County.
There's no way they're seeing tornadoes right now. No way. So 911 reporting someone called in about a tornado Cass County in the Logansport area. It's or say that road. You said 35, right? Yep. Logansport area. Yep. Okay. You're not gonna be able to see tornadoes right now. It's gonna be extremely difficult to see a tornado unless you're quite literally right next to it. We had reports of a tornado near Logansport in a field. Nothing on radar supports that right now. Of course, radar isn't always accurate, so we're going to keep an open mind on what's going on up there. Cass County Emergency Management was saying something. Go ahead. Say again, you cut out. He's out of service right now. Well, actually, honestly, I mean, there might have been something right there. Let's just check correlation coefficient, see if we got anything. Did it cross US 35?
It just says, I'll say it again, this reports of a tornado in a field west of US 35, 2900 block.
I don't know where that is. I don't know if that's south or north of town.
Should we southish?
It looks like maybe something was there briefly west of 35, south of Logansport. We'll come back and check on that. Severe thunderstorm warning does continue for 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts, as well as a tornado possible. So they are mentioning that there's potential for a tornado. It would not be good if there was, because that's in Northern Indiana's office. All right. Brad's in a bad signal area. Clarksville, there's like literally no service, so we'll wait for him to come back. Let's take a look at the southern storm mode here. Starting to really become linear as expected.
That's the worst of it to our left.
Hey, Brad, did you just drive over some tree damage?
I did. The tree was, it's softwood. It's previously dead.
Copy, thank you. All right, so for the southern mode, we do see storms starting to go linear as expected right in this area. And these storms are moving off to the east-northeast. Eventually, we'll get closer to Indianapolis Metro in the I-69 corridor over the next couple of hours. We do have a live weather camera here in Martinsville that shows us exactly what's going on to our west. So it's quite convenient. That can be streamed on our YouTube channel if you want to check it out. It's up to you. I'll eventually pull it up on the live stream or don't. I don't care. It's fine. All right. So that's the southern mode. That's what we're watching there. Someone asked about it. Let's check in on all the severe thunderstorm warnings that we have ongoing right now, starting in the north. South Bend, severe thunderstorm warning, 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts. That is a considerable damage threat. That is moving directly into South Bend right now, or will be very soon, in the next 15 to 20 minutes.
There's a tree that went inside of a house in Cass County.
Reports of trees onto homes in Cass County. That is, I think, my biggest fear of severe weather events where damaging wind is the primary threat is trees falling onto homes. Because no matter if you're in your safe spot, you could still be crushed by a tree, and it's quite terrifying. So reports of trees down on homes, Cass County. Hoping everybody's all right there. These storms are certainly packing a punch. Wind gusts over 70 mile per hour, plenty of them, including a gust to 100 reported in Benton County by emergency management. We have storms that are pushing into South Bend right now. Let's zoom down here. We have another severe thunderstorm warning. The storm is going through Rochester. As far as Stephen hasn't said anything yet.
Send a picture of it starting.
Oh, did he?
Mm-hmm.
Where's he sending this at?
Both. Storm hunters,
Copy. All right. So this is what we got going on now. Storms rolling through Rochester. Jumping down, we have storms approaching Peru. Warned for 70 mile per hour wind gusts. We do have reports of trees or a tree onto a home in Cass County. Unreported tornado on the ground in Cass County as well, which we're looking into. Jumping even further south, Howard County and Kokomo. Storms are rolling into the Kokomo area. 60 mile per hour wind gusts. That's what that's warned for. That's enough to cause tree damage. And going even further south. Now we're too far south. We have to jump into the Indianapolis radar. Storms blowing through the Frankfurt and Lebanon areas. Warned for 60 mile per hour wind gusts as well. We are seeing all of your reports in the comments section. Keep them up. Let us know what you got going on. If you have damage or anything, let us know. Let us know. Tornado watch obviously continuing. Let's take a look at our storm chasers here. Take a look at Blaze Abner for a second. All right, so that's a live shot right there from Blaze. He's waiting for those storms to get to him in Decker, Indiana. Looking pretty good. Nice, clear blue skies. Blue skies. Yep.
Oh, this is kind of a deja vu moment because I'm literally, if I look to my left, I can see that gas station that I took that video at.
Hold
Like,
on, Taylor. All right, what'd you say, Dale?
Cass County Emergency Management is activated their warning sirens due to high winds and excessive damage, including trees down and a tree into a home.
Okay. So, lots of reports of damage in Cass County. Photos would be great. But they are continuing their outdoor sirens there in Cass County just because of the high wind and reports of a tree onto a home. So hoping everybody's all right there. But if you're in Cass County, stay in your shelter area for the time being. This is part of this monster line of storms that are racing through the current tornado watch. They're about halfway through the state now. And we have additional storms firing to the southwest that are about to cross the state line here in the next hour or so. Need to mute that. Oops, I archived it by accident. Oh, you're in there. Continuing coverage of the severe weather outbreak. We do have a new severe thunderstorm warning. It just got extended. We have 4 storm chasers out. Actually, I'm sorry, 5 storm chasers out and about right now. We have Jacob. We have Adam, Blaze, Sarah, and Brad. That are out doing the thing. What did you say? Oh. All right. So new severe thunderstorm warning just west of Fort Wayne. This is for 70 mile per hour wind gusts. And see how large the severe thunderstorm warning is? They're just warning the entire line at this point. which makes sense. Some renegades firing out ahead we need to watch closely. This new warning includes Huntington, Warsaw, Napanee, and LaGrange. 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts. That is considerable damaging wind. So be ready to get away from windows if you aren't already, and get to your safe areas. Tornadoes can spawn very quickly in these types of severe weather events with very little notice. Yeah, Jake, the second rounders are what we want to watch, the ones to the southwest of Terre Haute. I have my Zello on if you need me.
Peru scanner, US 31 with a semi rollover.
Semi rollover reported on US 31, Cass County, Peru area. These winds are certainly packing a punch, enough to knock over semis. They are warned for 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts, but you're probably getting an isolated gust to 80 along this line, maybe even higher at times, but they are warned for 70 right now. All right, zoom back out here. Let's go back south. Looks like we have a new severe thunderstorm warning. This includes Atlanta, Kempton, Tipton, parts of US 31, 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts from this line of storms that just pushed through Frankfurt that are impacting the Kirkland and Hillisburg areas. We have so many reports of storm damage, wind damage especially, ranging from, minor tree damage all the way up to, trees on homes. Yeah, Chris, there's reports of semis knocked over up and down 65, so that's probably why. All right, let's zoom back out. Let's go back down to the southern mode that's starting to get going. We do have a tornado warning west of Vincennes now. And these storms are doing their thing. That one looks nasty. West of Olney, Illinois. That's actually beeline right for us, conveniently. That whole line is going to be packing a punch. It is crossing into Indiana. So areas like Terre Haute already got hit today. They're getting hit again, unfortunately. So this whole line right here is now becoming a monster damaging wind producer, and that is moving this direction. So we had some comments about why isn't Bloomington getting hit yet? It's because it hasn't got to it yet. This line is moving this direction. Areas from Evansville up to Vincennes, Sullivan, Indiana, Bloomington, Indianapolis Metro. This is the line that you want to watch. Of course, we're watching it for you, but that is the line that's going to be most impactful to you this evening as storms race to the northeast. We're expecting storms to be in the central Indiana vicinity to include Bloomington, Indianapolis, Martinsville by about 6-7 o'clock, maybe earlier. It's already 4:30, so it's a long day ahead. A lot of people have been impacted already. Of course, our thoughts are with them. People who have potentially lost homes due to trees on their roofs. Lots of reports of tossed semis on I-65. We have extensive damage reports in Vermilion County. We had wind gusts reported by emergency management of 100 miles per hour in Benton County. There's a lot of damaging wind that's ongoing. South Bend, let's jump up to you. You guys are being impacted right now. 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts, considerable threat there as storms roll in. Probably some nice hail approaching the south side of South Bend right now. Thank you guys so much for tuning in. It is greatly appreciated. We are still tracking storms. Let's get a word in here from Blaze here in a second. Let's jump back down to the area he's in. He's watching these storms. I wanna know what he's thinking about this line. So let me get him posed in the vehicle. I think he is. Blaze, do you have a copy?
Yeah, I'm here.
What you got? What's going on in your mind right now? What's your plan?
So I don't want to commit too far north yet, but I'm definitely watching that storm that's in Olneyville or whatever that town was, Olney. Sorry about the crunkling. I was eating my snack. But I'm watching that line. I've been watching it for quite a minute. That's why I jumped up here to Decker. I don't know if it's moving as northeast as they have that warning box. So I don't know if the tornado warn part would actually make it to Terre Haute. It might actually go south, even as far south as Sullivan is what I'm thinking. So I'm watching it, but I also don't want to go too far north yet because of all that's behind it that could jump out, drop a hook, and drop something as well. So this will be a last second move whenever I do move.
Thanks, buddy, for that update. That's Blaze Abner, Windseeker Storm Chasing. He is watching the line of storms that is moving east, focusing on the tornado warning that's near Olney, Illinois. And yeah, it's a great shot. Olney, Illinois. Eventually that'll push up towards Sullivan, Indiana. And eventually this line will get to the state line and start impacting more Hoosiers south of I-70. Most of the threat today so far has been north of I-70. Which was expected. The first line was expected north of I-70, and now we're getting the second line that is approaching areas south of I-70. And if we zoom out, you see the tornado watch that is currently ongoing, ranging from Evansville all the way up, and it follows that line. And that line they did a really good job of issuing the tornado watch, in my opinion, because it's following exactly where these storms are heading into. And then eventually you'll see maybe severe thunderstorm watches or maybe tornado watches, depending on the strength of storms as they move into that area where there's no watches currently ongoing. All right, let's jump back up north and take a look at the storms we have ongoing, especially in the South Bend area. That was looking pretty gnarly there for a second. I'd like to see the hail core on this. Hasn't updated in a minute. But you're seeing that's the hail core on that storm that's moving into the Mishawaka area. The south side and southeast side of South Bend. You can just tell looking at reflectivity that all that purple and that blue, you're seeing that's all hail, and that's moving directly into the southeast side of South Bend in the Mishawaka area. Likely crossing US 20 right now. See, severe warn is, they haven't updated it. There's still less than an inch size hail, but that's definitely got some hail in it. It's getting a little chilly in here, isn't it? Who joined? That was just Sarah, I think, joined. All right, let's skip south here. Look at the storms. This is a massive severe thunderstorm warning. This severe thunderstorm warning goes from the LaGrange area all the way down to the Marion, Indiana area. So a very large. As a matter of fact, I can actually this one, I think. Let's go from I gotta zoom out from the northeast corner. Nope, that's the wrong tool. I always do that. Trying to see how long this is. Here we go. So from corner to corner, that is roughly 94 miles. So that is a very large severe thunderstorm warning that is ongoing. 94 miles from each corner. And it's for the line that's approaching Huntington and Warsaw with 70 miles per hour wind gusts on that warning. Considerable damage threat. Snap tree limbs likely. We do have reports that semis on I-65 got blown over. So that's how strong these winds are when it was back towards the Lafayette area. They're moving very quickly. Let's check the speed. They are moving northeast at 65 miles per hour. So they are moving right now, not wasting any time pushing through the state. We've only been live for about 2 hours now, and they're already almost through the state, that northern end. Still have the southern line of storms to worry about. Additional severe thunderstorm warnings to include Atlanta, parts of US 31, Kokomo, Greentown, Rushville, Forest. I believe these are just for 60. They are just for 60. Let's take a look at velocity. We haven't done that in a minute. And you can see the brighter colors indicating the higher wind gusts here along this line. There's a better shot. Really bright colors. Strong wind. And then you want to watch for the little hooks where the storm might be trying to rotate. Here's an area that I would be paying attention to. The Bremen area. Oh, and it updated and went away on me. But that area approaching Wakarusa and Goshen will need to be watched closely as well. That rotation was there for a second. It looks like it has faded out as it moves off to the northeast. These are kind of brief tornadoes, not really long track today. But because of the speed of the storms, if they do touch down, they could be considered long track because storms are moving 60 miles an hour, 65 miles an hour. And that's the speed that the tornado would be moving. All right, let's jump back down to the southern mode. We do have some storms also ongoing. Greencastle, Crawfordsville, down to Terre Haute. However, none of those are severe at the moment. But this whole system is trying to form one long line. It will be successful at doing that eventually. We need to watch these storms near Olney, Illinois, as they move to the northeast. They are getting pretty much straight path towards like Sullivan, Indiana. Robinson, Illinois. This is kind of a deja vu scenario. Robinson, Sullivan, Jasonville, McCormick's Creek, all the way up towards like Martinsville at some point. That's the line of storms. Yeah. Deja vu, like I said. We lost somebody on the street, but well. Sarah's up to bat now. And we do have 4 storm chasers out right now. We have Jacob Wolf and Blaze Abner in southwest Indiana. We have Brad, who's up near the Lafayette area, who was out covering damage and intercepted that tornado warning that was near Attica earlier. And we have Sarah patiently waiting for the southern end of these storms to get closer to the Bloomington area, Brown County area. This has been a severe thunderstorm warning up here near Terre Haute, I swear, for like 2 hours. It's been a severe one forever. It's permanent. This severe thunderstorm warning now approaching Prairie Creek, Indiana, Terre Haute area again. I believe that's York, Illinois. They did issue a new warning just as I was talking, up to the state line southwest of Sullivan. Very large hail, 1.5 inch ping pong ball size storm. It also has 60 mile per hour wind gusts. I don't know if anybody's been hit by a ping pong ball at 60 miles an hour, but I'm sure it does not feel good. It's solid ice too.
Adam's heading towards Jasper. He's going to be offline for a little bit.
Okay. But we definitely want to watch this area right here, especially this storm near Olney that's got a nice hook on it. Still radar indicated tornado warning on that as it crosses US 50 on the Illinois side. Again, heading straight for like Robinson and Sullivan. Watch that closely. Then we have all these storms that are also starting to go linear all the way back down into Missouri. Those will move northeast and eventually get towards Evansville. Eventually, as in like probably like 2-3 hours. But they're moving pretty quick. I will zoom out and kind of give you guys an idea of where everything is. I know we had some people asking about their towns. So currently no tornado warnings in Indiana. We've been tornado warning free for, I don't know, maybe 30 minutes or so. But a lot of severe thunderstorm warnings. And we said damaging wind was the primary threat, and it's certainly amounted to that today. A lot of Someone sent us a message. I don't know what it is.
It's from private groups.
Okay. Let me scroll down here. Semi. Oh, where'd it go? I missed it. Semi blown over. US 31 north of Peru. That was just 4 minutes ago. Yeah, Adam. We heard about that. I have family that lives in Fowler, so I was kind of worried there for a second. Emergency management reported that.
Somebody's saying tornado sirens are going off near Wabash. Things are flying around outside.
Yeah, it's the wind is not something to play with. Tornado sirens going off in Wabash. Reports of things flying around. Where's Wabash at? Somewhere up here.
Near like Fort Wayne, I think.
Yeah, there it is. Damaging wind gusts up to 70, possible, maybe isolated higher. There in the Wabash area. Wind is not a joke today. These damaging winds have caused a lot of damage behind them. Lafayette, Vermilion County, Benton County, Interstate 65 was severely impacted. Cass County with a tree on a house reported there. I guess I should probably check. Reports from National Weather Service, thunderstorm wind damage at Purdue University with trees down on campus. Thunderstorm wind damage reported by a train spotter. Numerous trees uprooted, branches broken. Indiana 55, State Road 55, and State Road 10. This is in Newton County. Power lines reported down Cass County. Several trees uprooted and down in LaPorte County, in the city of LaPorte. So a lot of wind damage in several communities in the state right now. I'm sure there will be several more that come out. Let's take a look at the storm that's firing southwest of Fort Wayne out ahead of the line. It doesn't look good. It just looks scary for now. And that line of storms that has produced all that damage earlier is approaching the Fort Wayne area. All right, I'm going to put up a feed 1 second. Then I'm going to take about a 2-minute break while we're calm somewhat. I'm going to put up Blaze's shot, and I will be right back.
All right. So while Zach is waiting, yeah, so this line is just continuing across the Wabash, south and south as it goes through, moving very, very fast. I mean, let me see what some of these warnings are warned for. Let's see. Moving at 20. Let's go to another one here. Here's the one that I'm watching. Moving east at 25 miles per hour. So that's really not too bad. I mean, I've seen worse. That this storm's hooking out even worse. But it's going to continue crossing the river just further south and south because the orientation of that line as it pushes through. I'm still watching this tornado warn portion over here, and I'm thinking there's a couple other spots behind it that are probably also getting ready to get tornado warn, and that's just going to keep working its way south as well as it gets ready to come into the state. In regards to here, I mean, we've got a conducive environment terribly. 76 degrees, dew point of 64. I mean, that's an environment ready to go. As you know, James Spann would say, it's a powder keg ready to pop. So, I mean, we have the environment for it. It's just a matter of if these storms want to take advantage of it. And it sounds like up in northern Indiana, they have taken advantage of it. So that's the thing. Now, obviously, not every storm will take advantage, but for the most part, it's looking like they are. I mean, we've got some pretty strong rotation into Illinois as it's pushing over. And then as you keep going south, it keeps building more and more rotation. So,
thanks, buddy.
Yeah.
I know you're trying to draw that out. I appreciate it.
Just trying to help you.
Yeah, I know. I appreciate it. Back in action. This is Blaze, Team Windseeker storm chasing down Decker, waiting for that. Waiting for the storms to really get going down there. We are continuing our coverage of severe weather across the state of Indiana with a lot of storms ongoing. We have storms now approaching the Fort Wayne metro area. Severe warnings extend from the Michigan state line down all the way closer to Marion. 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts on the storm that's pushing through South Bend right now. And then we have 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts on that severe warning approaching Fort Wayne. That's blowing through Warsaw, Wabash, Huntington. And we make our way down the line. And we have two other severe warnings to include Kokomo and Atlanta. That's moving towards Marion, Alexandria. This is all part of the tornado watch that continues until 8 o'clock. Looks like they might have actually dropped the watch for some areas back west already. Yeah, it looks like the National Weather Service is allowing tornado watches to expire back towards like Lafayette, as storms have now passed those areas. Let's jump back down to. We lost everybody there for a second, didn't we?
Nope.
Let's go. Mute. Okay. Now we have to really start as these storms move out of the state up here at the northeast, which we're still watching because I know we have Fort Wayne people in here. We need to start watching the storms that are now approaching the state line over here. We have warnings that go all the way up. We have a new severe thunderstorm warning for Terre Haute in Brazil, parts of I-70, 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts. These storms are now, this is the second round for a lot of these areas. I think the Indy radar maybe would be better. Can't tell if that's rotation or it's just bad radar. Might be a rotation. Let's zoom in on it real quick. Take a look at this area. Yeah, that's probably rotating a little bit. Maybe a very broad area of rotation on the north side of Terre Haute. Some lightning popping up in that area. Watching that closely, that would be moving this direction towards like Burnett. Might stay north of Sealyville. These areas have already been impacted today. It's their second round. Let's drop back south, watching the storms west of Vincennes as they race off to the east-northeast, eventually approaching Sullivan County. And then even further south, actually switch radars completely. Even further south, that line goes all the way down into Missouri, and that's the line that's going to be moving towards Evansville at some point. Welcome back, Adam. All right, let's go back up to the storms that are currently in Indiana. These storms are approaching Fort Wayne. Some decent hail ongoing, some lightning strikes, a lot of lightning ongoing as well. These storms have, I would post that if you have. These storms have a history of producing wind damage. We had a semi toss on I-65 near Lafayette. We had major damage reported in southern Tippecanoe County. We had Vermilion County extensive damage. Reports of 100-mile-per-hour wind gusts by emergency management in Benton County. Storm damage in Newton County. Storm damage in Cass County. These storms are not playing around. So if you are under a warning, it's probably wise that you treat it as a tornado warning. I'm going to check up on these little cells that are firing out ahead near Topeka and Albion. Starting to get a little that shape. And it looks like they're just scarier. They just look scarier than what they actually are. Those will be moving into the Wolcottville, Kendallville areas here soon. Pay close attention to those storms that are firing out ahead of the line. The line is what's causing the most damage, though. It is nasty. If you have a storm report and you want to upload it, Use hashtag IWN on social media so that our team can pull those reports immediately. It would have to be uploaded as a public post, though. We won't be able to see private posts or private groups. Real strong rain, hail happening in Terre Haute again. It's that second round for you guys. Fortunately, after this second round, you should be done for the evening. Wind damage reported in Peru. Pea-sized hail, Terre Haute. Wabash is pretty rough right now. Stay safe, Mindy. Let us know. Howard County getting hit hard. Just had pour down and hail and strong winds. So far, everything has stayed north of Indianapolis for now. But that second round, that's on the southern end of this line, is going to be the line that impacts the Indianapolis metro at some point. So we got some decent flooding going on Brad Stream. Let's take a look here. And of course, as soon as I load it, it loses service. Perfect timing. All right, let's go down. Zach. Yep.
Cass County just issued a travel advisory.
Okay. Damage. Yeah. It's probably a smart move.
Mm-hmm.
Cass County is under a travel advisory now per emergency management. So there's a lot of storm debris. So they don't want people out driving the road. Don't get in the way of first responders. Let them do their work. Let highway department get out and clear the roadways. But there's a travel advisory for Cass County now because of storm damage. So if that tells you anything, these storms are producing so much damage that local EMs are having to issue advisories for travel. All right, this line is pushing into the Fort Wayne area. Looks like the worst part of this line is going to be just to the northwest of Fort Wayne, but parts of Fort Wayne will be impacted by, of course, the southern edge of this powerful line of storms, producing at least or up to 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts, probably higher amounts at times. Nothing to play around with. Seek shelter when the warning gets issued, regardless of what warning it is. Why didn't that switch radars? Let's jump back south to the severe thunderstorm warning. Atlanta is not looking as organized as it was moments ago. Gust to 60, probably ongoing in this storm, which is severe level. Sharpsville, Atlanta, Tipton, US 31. Being impacted now. We did have reports of semis tipped along US 31 near Peru, so which is up here. All right, jumping back down to the severe thunderstorm warning that is impacting Terre Haute. Reports of hail in Terre Haute now. This storm is heading towards Brazil, Indiana. 1-inch size hail, 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts. For that warning as racing off to the northeast. Let's check storm speeds. Storm speeds 40 miles per hour. So a little bit slower on the southern group of storms. Let's check. Let's see the ETA to Brazil at 40 miles per hour. So it will be in Sealyville in about 15 minutes. Cloverland in 18 minutes. Turner in 23 minutes, Brazil in 27 minutes. And there's roughly 9,500 people in that path of that storm I just outlined, probably more. So those are your times. 26 minutes to Brazil, 15 minutes to Sealyville. That's the time you have until the storm is on you. Let's go ahead and pause it for a second. Let's go into the velocity scan, see what we got going on. And nothing that looks too alarming right now in terms of rotation. But it would be right on top of Terre Haute, if there was any. Dropping back south, we're watching these storms over in Illinois. that are moving to the northeast, specifically. Almost forgot how to talk for a second. The storm that's north of Olney. You laughing at me? C4 should sponsor me. Just saying that right now. W in the chat. All right. Let's see. Lots of lightning strikes, Terre Haute. Thanks, Cameron. No problem, Megan. You got about 20, 25 minutes or so till it's in Brazil. No power in South Bend, Granger, and Mishawaka. So St. Joseph County has power outages from storms. I guess that's something good I could pull up is the power outage information. While we're watching radar for a second. Let's see. I'm going to move this further up. In the state, there's over 56,000 power outages right now. Looks like the most, let's see, 15,000 outages in Porter County, which looks to be the worst as of right now. So 15,000 outages there, but 56,600 outages across the state as of 4:58 p.m. Eastern time, I would assume. Yep. Lake County Emergency Management reporting trees down, trees onto a house in Highland, Indiana. That's in the northwest corner of the state. All right. I want to put this in. I want to see what this Olney cell is doing. So I'm trying to get Sullivan County residents some lead time here. That storm is still rotating. This was the storm that was tornado warned a moment ago. Still rotating southeast of Newton. If we put some put a tracker on that and we just go right to Sullivan here. Oh, I should have probably checked storm speed, assuming it's 40 miles an hour as well. It would be in Sullivan in about 57 minutes. So you have just under an hour to prepare for that area of the storm that is rotating. Paxton, 55 minutes. And Robinson, Illinois, in about 30. So just under an hour for people in Sullivan County to prepare for the storm that is looking like the storm to be concerned about over the next hour or so. Tornado watches continue across the state. We'll jump back up to the Fort Wayne cell now that it is severe thunderstorm warning for all of Fort Wayne Metro. It is warned for 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts, so it is certainly packing a punch. You can see the leading edge of that wind right there. It is packing a punch. Lots of damage reports behind it, so people in Fort Wayne, be ready. Be in your shelters, away from windows. Don't be outside. And we have a new tornado warning. All right, we have a new tornado warning now for Kendallville, Indiana, Angola. This is in the far northeast corner of the state, crossing US 33 now. This is a fresh tornado warning, first tornado warning in probably about 45 minutes or so. Let me update this banner. All right, so we're looking at another tornado warning. This is for Kendallville and Angola, Indiana. This is in the northeast corner. Let's pause this for a second. Let's go into the velocity scan. The storm is going to be going right over Albion. This is since radar indicated only. It's going to be right there. That's going to be the area of rotation where that yellow and that red is mixing together. This is heading straight for Albion and eventually up towards Kendallville, Wakeville, and Wayne Center. First concern is the Albion area. That's not what I meant to click on. We'll watch correlation coefficient really closely. We don't want any sneak attacks, but there's a tornado warning out for this storm. That rotation is going to be on top of Albion here at any moment, probably in the next 2 to 3 minutes. We just had a radar update, so take that back. It's going to be on top of you right now. Let's zoom in to the Albion area and pull the velocity here. Looks like velocity hasn't updated yet. Who's tagging me?
Okay.
Tell them to stop tagging. You don't have to do that. But, there's the rotation. It's approaching Albion. It'll be on top of you. You don't need to do that last update either. These storms are going to be out of the city before anybody even sees the post. Or out of the state, I should say. All right, radar velocity update. It's really messy right now. I'm not seeing too much of a concern for these storms. Thank you. I don't know who that was, but thank you. Let's see. Pull up correlation. Not seeing anything that's super alarming with this storm as of right now, but it is tornado warning for a reason. Let's zoom out so you guys have an idea of where this is going. This is a super long tornado warning. The reason why is because the storm is moving rather quickly to the northeast. Storm speed right now is 65 miles per hour. So if we pause this real quick and we go and do our little distance, we'll go right from where that rotation is, and we'll go all the way up to the edge of the tornado warning. We do 65 miles per hour. Albion is pretty much on top of you right now. We have Ramblewood 15 minutes, Hartsville 15 minutes. We have Pleasant Lake 24 minutes, Angola 27 minutes. That is the area of
one of your viewers, Casey Biggs, brought you in for the
who?
Casey Biggs.
Who's that?
She's a follower for second.
Oh, well, thank you very much.
I'll put them in the fridge. You want any of these?
No, I have mine right here. I just cracked the new one.
It's weak sauce.
I'm gonna upload a video from Corey with Hale in Jericho.
Okay. Still watching this storm here. Again, going over the times for this area of rotation. Angola, 26 minutes. Pleasant Lake, 23 minutes. And Shady Nook, Ramblewood in about 14 minutes. These storms are moving very quickly, about 65 miles per hour to the northeast. They're not wasting any time getting to their destination. Power's out in New Paris. I got All right, if you're just tuning in, we're continuing our severe weather coverage of today's severe weather outbreak. We have another tornado warning that is now in effect for Kendallville, Angola. And this is in the northeast portion of the state. Once we get a new radar update here, let's see if maybe we have one already. And it would be quite literally on top of Albion right now. That's where the rotation is. So if it's on the ground, we're going to know by the next scan because you're going to see debris. But right now it's just radar indicated, and I don't see any signs just looking at that there's a tornado on the ground, but crazier things have happened. But the rotation is quite literally directly on top of Albion right now. The storm is moving very quickly to the northeast. The next towns that need to be concerned about this storm, Kendallville, South Milford, and maybe Fairfield Center. If you're in the tornado warning, it doesn't matter. Go to shelter. These storms sometimes can have rotation here. It cancels out and then it recycles up here. That's why they issue very wide tornado warning boxes, polygons, just in case the storm recycles, 10 miles to the north. All right, let's jump out real quick. Let's go to reflectivity. Let's get a wide picture. We have storms that are now moving into Fort Wayne. These storms are packing a a punch with 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts reported. Localized higher, probably closer to 80 in some areas. Several reports of damage to the west where these storms just came from. We do have our storm chasers still out and about. Many of them waiting on those southern storms to get going and cross the state line. Brad at the bottom right has already intercepted a tornado warning today. All right, let's jump back south and take a look at the storms that are east of Terre Haute with a 1-inch hail report there, south of town. This storm near Sealyville is definitely producing some kind of hail here, probably some pretty big hail. Let's go into our VIL, and it hasn't updated yet, but that is the hail core that's now on top of Sealy, and it's heading towards Brazil. So we'll be on top of Brazil here pretty soon. Let's pull the time here from the center of the hail core out. The storm was moving 40 miles an hour. All right, so obviously on top of Sealyville, Turner 9 minutes, Brazil 12 minutes, Knightsville 15 minutes for this storm. That is got a decent hail core on it now, probably 1.5 inch hail, maybe ping pong ball size. Oops. What's it more towards? One. Yep.
You go county scanner page.
Mhm.
A lot of people are posting pictures of the hail.
We just posted.
Thanks, buddy. Thank you for your service to this country, to this state. All right, so we just uploaded a video to our page with the hail in Terre Haute. These storms are racing to the northeast, and they are intensifying. As you can see, a new storm shower just got developed in 2 scans. Super fast development ongoing with that storm that's approaching Brazil. Let's jump south. Let's see. Working in Terre Haute, hail.
Terre Haute's moving here now.
The one now?
Terre Haute's moving towards Morgan.
Yep. That's what I'm saying. It's gonna be just all you gotta do is look at that live weather cam. If you need to fail, just fail. You don't just jump up and go. All right. We have looks like this is the problem with where we're at here is that you got these storms that are firing out ahead. They sell and it's all getting ingested into this line. So this whole line here is going to grow really quickly. And it's going to be on top of us. And let's zoom in here. We're in Martinsville at our office, guys. So we're kind of planning around being impacted ourselves and hoping that we don't lose power. We have, assuming this is still moving 40 miles an hour, Martinsville 69 minutes. So a little over an hour, give or take. All right. Back to action. Let's go down this line here. This is the line of storms that are going to be moving into the state here shortly. Will be impacting Vincennes, Washington, Princeton, and eventually Evansville, all up and down the US 41 corridor. These storms are moving pretty good. Let's go into this Robinson cell because this was the one that was tornado warned earlier, and this one's about to cross into Sullivan County. Not as impressive as it was maybe 30, 45 minutes ago. It has become primarily a damaging wind and hail threat. There's a lot of hail going on in there. If we go down to our VIL, you can see this. That's the hail core. So anytime you get these grays that you're seeing right here, that is decent hail. That's severe hail for sure. Got the generator ready, Brian says. I wish we had one here. I do. It needs to put some money towards it. So these are the storms we're watching as they push into central Indiana now. These storms that are east of Terre Haute are starting to grow pretty quickly, and that would be heading right for the Indianapolis Metro. This one might miss us to the northwest, just the way it's tracking, but it might hit like Mooresville, I guess. Northwest corner, northern Morgan County. A lot of lightning. You can see all the little plus signs on this storm. That's all lightning that's being picked up, and that hail core is really, really big. Tiffany's about to get hit by some decent hail here. There's the hail core right on top of Sealyville, maxed out in a large area. So probably some ping pong ball, maybe even golf ball size hail moving to the northeast. That'll be on top of Brazil in the next 5 to 10 minutes or so. Let's jump back up to our tornado warning. Oh, multiple tornadoes. Holy cow. I didn't even notice. I went away for 5 seconds and we have 3 tornado warnings.
It's all the same.
All right, so sorry guys. 3 tornado warnings ongoing right now. We have a tornado warning in Garrett, Butler. Radar indicated tornado warning continues for that Kendallville and Angola storm. And then that tornado warning is pretty much all Michigan as it moves out of the state. So we'll focus on these 2 primarily. Let's jump in and look at some velocity here. So your area of concern on this storm is going to be just south of Avila. And then this one right here, east of Wolcottville. Those are the areas of concern on those tornado warnings that are in northeast Indiana. I apologize. I did not realize that they had that many tornado warnings ongoing. For some reason, my notifications are not going off with the tornado warnings. That's why it was muted for some reason. All right. Let's jump back in it. That storm west of Garrett, that tornado warning west of Garrett, is the best rotation, I think, right now. Let's jump into our CC. And I don't know, that might be on the ground. Or it was briefly. That area right there would be the concerning area as it just went south of Avila, the town, just across State Road 3. That could be still radar indicated. That could be something. We'll check and make sure. We'll wait a couple scans and see if it's still going. If it is, then it might not be. But yeah, Avila, State Road 3. We'll come back to that in a second. Let's check on this one. This is the Kendallville, Angola tornado warning. Let's go to our CC drop on that. I don't see anything alarming on that one. That might just be something like dust getting picked up or something. But 2 tornado warnings continue in northeast Indiana. Put it in motion. Angola, Kendallville just getting hit now. Garrett, you're up next. We have storm chasers on the ground there below. I'll remove the banner so you guys can get an update of where they're at. We got Adam in Spencer County, Brad in Middle Fork, Blaze in Decker, and Jacob in Evansville. And it looks like Jacob has some dark clouds forming on his screen. So does Adam. We need to watch them closely. Good.
I don't think I'm going to get caught up in crazy here. The 13 to go up to coverage of damage.
That'd be great, sir. Thank you. Our new severe thunderstorm watch is out until 10 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time for southeast portions of the state, and I'll load that up on the map here in a second. So areas that weren't originally. Okay. All right, let's zoom out. So the severe thunderstorm watch includes this area over here. And probably includes Louisville as well, I would imagine. It's not alerting me of it, so. Tippecanoe County Emergency Management, tree damage throughout the county. Some poles down throughout the county, a few roofs off of some buildings across the county. So a lot of structure damage there in Tippecanoe County. That's the Clarks Hill area that we were discussing earlier about major damage. So some roofs have been ripped off of homes in that area. Porter County Emergency Management, trees down, barn damaged in Porter County, yeah, southeast of Lakes of the Four. Never heard of that town. First.
I have no idea.
Yeah, I've never heard of that. Check on our hunters here, make sure we're not missing anything.
Mm-mm.
So far, so good.
Yeah.
All right, so let's go back up real quick to the tornado warning. There's only one now, and it's Garrett, Auburn, Butler. I got to change my banner now. That was the one that looked suspicious. So we're going to go back into that here in a second. Still radar indicated. Let's go back into the velocity scan on this storm. It looks like it would be northwest of Garrett now, just looking at the hook there. Velocity doesn't look all that impressive, but it just give a weird vibe there for a second. I think it was just, I don't think it was anything. It might have been southwest of Avila, but we'll figure that out later once we get reports. All right, let's jump back out. We got to go back south here and cover the severe thunderstorm warnings that are ongoing east of Terre Haute. That is looking nasty now. It looks like the hail core is weakened slightly, though, which is good. Brazil being impacted as we speak. Oh, is this? Who is this? Oh, it's Terre Haute. Okay. There's still severe thunderstorm, 60 mile per hour hail. Oh, geez. 60 mile per hour wind, 1 inch hail. Woo! You know what the problem is? I haven't drank enough C4 yet. That's the problem. The Angola tornado warning has been dropped. We are still obviously closely watching this entire line of storms that are now pushing into Indiana. Sullivan County, it's about to cross into your county. I would expect an update on the severe warning here soon. Ping pong ball size hail on the Robinson cell. It's approaching Sullivan now. If we go south, Vincennes, it's approaching from your west. You need to watch that closely. Thunderstorm wind damage reported in Fulton County. That's probably from our guy, Steven. A 5-foot radio tower blown down at the EMA building. Good thing we didn't have a camera up yet. Yeah. About 10 minutes ago due to high wind. So some damage there in Fulton County. It's Cook County. And that's Missouri. Okay. Zoom out. Let's get a wide shot here of what's going on across the state. So we have obviously severe weather in the second round down south. That is going to be moving towards the Indianapolis metro and central Indiana, to include areas like Bloomington, Martinsville, Vincennes, eventually Sullivan, and eventually all the way back up into areas that have already been impacted today. Then we have the tornado warning continuing up north with severe weather rolling through the Fort Wayne metro area right now. Still warned for 70 mile per hour wind gusts and 1 inch hail. Tornado warning continues for Auburn and Butler. Is now crossing I-69. All right, let's take a look at this tornado warning since we just got a radar update. Pause the radar. That's right there is where the rotation is. Still broad, nothing crazy. That is about to cross right, or it's about to go right into Waterloo, go right through the town. And we've got a radar update. So it's still there on the next scan. Right there's the rotation. Going to go right through Waterloo, it looks like, cross US 6, west of Butler, getting close to Taylor's Corner. That tornado warning is up in Michigan. And this is part of that powerful line of storms that was causing damage back near Lafayette earlier, if you guys recall. Semis were tossed on I-65 near Lafayette. Same line of storms. It's just been pushing across the state all day. Very active severe weather system. And it's just the beginning. We have more severe weather on Wednesday, which we'll talk about tomorrow. We're getting more updates here. Let's see what's going on. All right, let's jump back down south. Take a look at the storms that are southwest of Indy. Luckily, that hail core went away. That was a big hail core there for a second. Right before it got to Brazil, it looked like it weakened. Tornado warning does continue. They just updated. They are continuing the tornado warning until 5:45 p.m. Eastern time for Waterloo, Auburn, and that is moving northeast at 65 miles per hour. It's moving very fast. So, severe thunderstorm warning for Morgan County, Clay, Hendricks, Morgan County, Owen County, Park County, 60-mile-per-hour wind, 1-inch hail. That is an observed severe thunderstorm warning. That includes Greencastle, Cloverdale, I-70, Danville. That storm is racing off to the northeast very quickly. It looks like, just looking at radar, is moving northeast at 50 miles per hour. All right, let's take a moment. Let's look at some comments. See if I get caught up while we wait for some updates. We'll check in with our storm chasers here in a second as well. The Attica got hit earlier. I have not heard of any damage or anything in Attica. Nothing yet, anyway. I think areas like Lafayette should be clear for the day. Still want to pay attention. There's still cells firing up behind this line that we need to watch, but I believe Lafayette was removed from the tornado watch. So that's good news for you guys. Thanks, Matt. Appreciate it, buddy. Hope family's doing well. I know you got a new baby as well. Hope she's doing well. I think it's a girl. I remember right. All right. So we're getting caught up here. So we have a new severe thunderstorm warning. Also now for Sullivan. We've been trying to push Sullivan here for about 45 minutes. So nobody should be shocked that Sullivan's under a severe thunderstorm warning right now. We definitely want to watch because it's just got that look to it in terms of embedded rotation. It looks pretty good for now, though. Let's see if I can switch over to the radar in Evansville. So maybe I get a better shot. And yeah, it's looking fine for now. Damaging wind threat. 1-inch size hail, 60 miles per hour for the Sullivan County severe thunderstorm warning. That storm is moving at 40 miles per hour. So the southern line's going slower than the northern line right now. Let me check locations here. See where all my guys are at and girls. All right, so Jacob is just south of Vincennes. So I'm going to watch his stream here. That storm now approaching Sullivan. There's additional storms approaching Vincennes. I think Jacob is about to have a really, really good shot of. I'm going to update his location real quick. He is south of Vincennes. South of Vincennes. He's going to have a really good shot of a shelf cloud here very soon. That storm that's coming up on the Wabash River, you can tell has a really nice outflow to it. So here at about probably 30 minutes, maybe a little bit less, he's going to have a shelf cloud right on live stream for everybody to see. That storm west of Vincennes is warned for 1.5 inch hail, ping pong ball size, and 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts. While we look at his stream for a second, let me get caught back up. We have another tornado warning now that includes Angola. So we're going to jump back over there with a new tornado warning. All right, so new tornado warning. It includes Angola, Indiana, as radar indicated. Let's jump into the velocity scan. Rotation, in 2 different areas. I would say that this one is the better looking rotation at the moment. Moving to the northeast, going to get very close to Angola. Ellis, going to be right in the path of that rotation, and eventually I-80, I-90. And yeah, I think that's deserving of a tornado warning right now, especially in the environment. So watching that one closely as it races off to the northeast. And it is might be honestly 2 areas of circulation ongoing with this storm. One that's going to be right on top of Angola, the other that's going to be on top of Ellis and maybe Berlin here soon. Storm's racing off to the northeast, crossing over Angola right now. Let me see. Let me pull up correlation here. Nothing scary at the moment. We'll zoom out and give you an idea. There's also a tornado warning that continues for like Garrett and Butler. So 2 tornado warnings on the Indiana side of things. One that's passing over Angola. We have the tornado warning that is now over Butler. Let's zoom in on this one because we haven't touched on it here in a few minutes. Let's jump over to the velocity scan, and still some suspicious movement ongoing west of Butler. That will be crossing into Ohio here soon. Both these tornado warnings are going to be out of our coverage area here pretty soon. If we go up to Angola, we're looking at this area of rotation. Maybe 2 of them that are moving northeast near Angola, very close to Angola. Ellis, Berlin need to be near shelter. Here's an update. Yeah, it's looking pretty good right now. Just went over Angola. And it's crossing US 20 right now. Eventually I-80, I-90, Page, York. Need to be aware of what's going on there with that tornado warning. The rotation has increased slightly over the last couple of scans. Zoom out a little bit so we have an idea. All right, so right here's the rotation, basically on top of Angola, and it is moving this direction. It'll be close to York, Indiana, might stay just south of the Fremont, Indiana area, although you are in a tornado warning. And it'll be eventually crossing into Ohio and Michigan. Actually, probably more Michigan than Ohio. All right, let's zoom back out. Let's jump back south real quick so we can take a gander what we got going on here since we're getting kind of close to Indy Metro. Severe thunderstorm warning, Sullivan County includes the city of Sullivan, Cass, and Jasonville. We have a severe thunderstorm warning continues for Prairie Creek, Clay City, Brazil. We have a severe thunderstorm warning for Greencastle, Cloverdale, Danville, just west of Mooresville, Plainfield, and just to the southwest of Indianapolis. And we have this whole line that is approaching the Vincennes area with likely a very nice shelf cloud out ahead. And the way I can point out a shelf cloud is you can see the gust front by this light colored line right in front of the actual precipitation. That is the gust front, and that is where the shelf cloud is going to be. So Jacob is about right here. So he's in a pretty good spot to see a beautiful shelf cloud and get impacted by some wind. We're going to watch him very closely. He is the stream that is at the bottom left. I'm sorry, he's right below me. First screen right below me. Let's check up on some of these guys. See what they got going on here. So we had radar at the top now. We got Jacob south of Vincennes. We have Blaze. That is, I can't read where he is. Oaktown. Okay. Where is Oaktown at? I always forget. I know it's down there somewhere.
This is the same spot that I started at last time where we got the gust fronts on the ground. Right, I sent you all the dust videos. This is the exact same spot. So
I remember. Yeah,
That's
you're
right.
even over on the same side. So Blaze right there in Oaktown. That is between Vincennes and Terre Haute, just slightly north of Vincennes. So he's also in the path of the storms that are producing gusty wind, damaging wind. And he'll also have a clear shot of that shelf cloud here in a moment. We'll pull it back up to the radar here. So there it is, moving east. It's going to be in Vincennes here very soon. What radar saw we on? We're still on that. Let's switch over to Indy real quick. Just take a look at the Sullivan storm real fast. Just has that weird look to it. We'll pull up our live weather camera here at our office in Martinsville shortly once these storms get into Morgan County. So you guys can see in real time what they look like from the air. Some slight rotation on that Sullivan storm, but we're pretty far away from radar, so not 100% accurate reading there. Let's zoom out and give everybody an idea of what we got going on. We'll jump back up to those tornado warnings here in a second. So we have a line of storms stretching from the northeast corner all the way down, essentially following I-69 all the way down. And they're now about to cross into Vincennes. Let me pull up that storm.
if you need me, I'll be out of the car for a minute shooting B-roll.
Copy. Valparaiso, Porter County, a station up there reported a wind gust of 81 miles per hour. So that is dangerous wind gusts up there. That was from earlier. Tornado warning has expired, been allowed to expire in DeKalb County. So you'll see that drop off the map here in a second. And that is the all right, let's go back over to our screen here. Let's go back up to those storms that are going to be impacting us here in Martinsville are really intensifying down near Sullivan. Let's jump back up northeast real quick to cover this last bit of this tornado warning, and then our focus will remain on the southern storms. As soon as these storms roll out of the state here, we're getting pretty close to the Michigan line, but we want to look just for a second. I know we have people up here. Yeah, nothing impressive right now as that crosses out. So just make sure we didn't have. Yeah, we're looking good on that tornado warning for now. Just straight line wind damage would be a concern, and that is going to be in Michigan in about 2 minutes. So we're going to safely bounce out of that. These storms down here are pushing through Fort Wayne. Now going into Ohio, still producing 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts, according to the warning. That is a considerable damage threat. I haven't heard from anything about Fort Wayne. Dalen, have you?
I have not.
Okay. Make sure if you guys have storm reports, you can message the page or use hashtag IWN whenever you're uploading content to your pages, and we can see it. It's pretty cool. So if you use hashtag IWN, we'll take a gander. I'll get caught up on comments here in a second. Let's go back down south. Those storms up northeast are pushing their way out of the state. So we're going to focus on these storms here. We have a severe thunderstorm warning. Storms going through Greencastle now. We'll start with the northern one. This is going to be the one that goes directly into Indianapolis Metro soon. Let's see. Hold on. Let me pull up that wrong screen. Okay. I thought it looked suspicious for a second, so I was just looking. Let's go back to this. All right. So severe thunderstorm warning, Greencastle, 60-mile-per-hour wind, 1-inch hail. Looks like a pretty decent hail core back here west of Cloverdale that we want to watch. These are the storms that are going to be going into Indianapolis, so we really want to pay attention to these, obviously, just because of major population. Here in dinging, so let's see what other reports we have here. Trees down, Valparaiso, storm damage from earlier. That's in Porter County. And there's just so many. I mean, just so many storm damage reports from across the state. And the first round is what caused all those. So now we're dealing with the second round south of 70 or along 70 and south. All right, let's jump down. Let's go down to Sullivan. This one's just been on my radar just because it just has that weird look to it. It's kind of shaped the wrong way though to be something scary. You can see it's kind of going backwards instead of forwards, like you would see in a tornado-producing storm. So we're watching that storm. That is 1-inch hail, 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts as well. That's impacting Sullivan, Indiana right now. That is moving to the northeast, eventually approaching Jasonville. We have an isolated renegade cell starting to form southwest of Bloomfield. Watching that closely. Fortunately, today, knock on wood, we've been lucky even with the renegade cells that fire out ahead. They have not been able to be tornadic yet today. New severe thunderstorm warning, 1-inch size hail. This includes Ellettsville, Clay City, Worthington. I believe this is McCormick's Creek as well. McCormick's Creek, Gosport, and maybe parts of the western parts of Bloomington. That is for 1-inch hail, 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts. Jump back south, focus on the southern end of these storms. Monster hail core there approaching US 41, Oaktown. That's where Blaze is right now. Very convenient. Let me figure out. Let me pull up our location real quick here. Oh, he just actually sent it. I'm right outside a town called Ireland. Okay, cool. Let me update his location.
Just FYI, I'm going to fine tune with this hail core and see if I can't see what sizes we got in there.
Message received. Pretty cool shot from Adam there. He's in Ireland waiting for storms to move that way. Another shot from Blaze. He's on that storm that is approaching Oaktown, which is just northwest, or the storm that's northwest of Vincennes. Oaktown is north of Vincennes. And then we have Jacob, who's south of Vincennes. You're starting to see the edge of that shelf cloud getting close to him. And that thing is packing some gusty wind as well. So we'll give it a moment to allow it to get on top of him. All right, so let's pay attention to this Bloomfield cell as well. That's kind of fired up out by itself. Doesn't look alarming right now, but in these types of environments, we don't want anything sneaking up on people. Switch back over to Indy radar and take a look at the storms that are pushing through along I-70. I would hate to be on I-70 right now. Like, that would be horrible. I'm going to So yeah, right along I-70, would not want to be driving on that right now. Cloverdale next to be impacted. The storm's also approaching Danville. It's gone over Greencastle now, and will be eventually moving into the western half of Indianapolis. These storms are moving into Ohio and Michigan now. We have some storms that are pushing towards Anderson and Muncie that aren't really doing a whole lot. A little guy out in front of this line. Very, very, very minimal rotation. Nothing going on crazy there. Like I said, we've been very lucky that those storms out ahead have not been tornadic today. It has been obviously primarily a damaging wind threat. We had a couple of tornado reports, but unconfirmed at the moment. We'll update you if we know more of those. All right, let's take a look at this storm that's passing through Sullivan now. Got a decent hail core on it. It's warned for 1 inch. It'll be on top of Jasonville here in a minute. Oh, I just not realized my comments aren't even on, so I'm missing everybody's comments. All right, we're looking good. Nothing crazy. If you have anything like storm damage photos or anything like that, feel free to message us to the page. That's it, or use hashtag IWN on social media. All right, let's pause this real quick and let's just make sure we don't have. Oh, and then I had a bunch of beeping going on, so let's see what this is. That tornado warning in Northeast Indiana has been canceled for the Indiana counties. It is only in Michigan now. It is Michigan's problem. A huge tree down on power lines. Power lines down. St. Joseph County by trained storm spotters. That's South Bend area. That's from earlier, obviously. All right, let's take a look at velocity. And it looks like most of this is just damaging wind right now. That is the primary threat. Obviously, we don't want to completely ignore the tornado risk. There is a tornado risk. As of right, yep.
Marshall County is under a travel advisory.
Okay. Marshall County, Indiana, also under a travel advisory now. Same as Cass County for widespread damage from storms. It's a great shot, Blaze. Very pretty. So travel advisors are going out for some counties. To know what your county is under, you would have to go to the Indiana government website and pull up travel advisory map. I think it's IDH's website. And they will tell you. Let's see. Train weather spotter, Lake County. Photo shows construction trailer overturned and broken into pieces. This is State Route 2 near Clay, east of Lau, Indiana. So some damage to vehicles in northwest Indiana from earlier storms. Let's get an updated power outage. So over 90,000 people are without power right now in the state of Indiana. Obviously caused by storms. Yep. And yeah, we're just now getting into some populated areas. So, some good lightning there on that shot. Storms are continuing to race off to the northeast. Northeast Indiana storms are pushing out of the state. So we are focusing now on the storms to the southwest, especially ones that are coming towards our office, which is this one right here, Sullivan, Jasonville. 1 inch hail, 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts, and they are packing a punch. A lot of trees down. Reports of trees down. Storm up here going through Danville. Heading towards Indianapolis Metro. again, 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts, 1-inch hail. And those 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts, they'll do the trick. I hope you guys know they will do the trick. They will knock down tree limbs. They could knock over, especially this morning because it rained this morning. So a lot of these trees are soaked and wet. It's not going to take much. Let's take a break from all the colors on radar for a second. Let's take a look at our storm chasers. They're out there. They're getting it done. Live shot from Jacob Wolfie, as he goes by. JK. He is south of Vincennes. Looking at that storm, you can see it's pretty elevated. But you can see the shelf cloud on the leading edge of those storms.
Had some cloudy ground lightning right before you looked at me.
Of course. Of course. He said we just missed some lightning right before he turned on, right before we turned him on. What you got for me? Oh, yeah.
That's such a great picture.
I know. Honestly, I forget it's there half the time. Switching over to Blaze.
I'll let you see this before I get cord, because here.
All right. He's going to show us the shot here. This is Uptown.
So that white coloration, that's the hail that's coming at me. So I'm getting ready to get mowed off here.
Yeah, that's an excellent point. So that white you see in front of him, that's not rain. A lot of that's hail. I mean, it is rain, but a lot of that is hail. So he's about to get impacted by some pretty large hail. That is the storm that is just north of Vincennes. So it's actually almost about to impact him. He's gonna be in it here in a second. And of course, we will live stream it as long as we can. Switching over to our next storm chaser. This is Sarah. She's in Brown County. Storms are moving her way right now, and they're going to be in the area within probably the next hour, maybe hour and a half. If you've never been to Brown County, it's absolutely beautiful. And we'll switch over to Adam Davis, who's in Ireland. He's also being patient, waiting for storms to move east and get to him. Our people are out. They're doing a great job right now at keeping us updated. They're constantly updating through the radio communication or through the live stream, letting us know, hey, this is what we got going on. This is what we're experiencing. Could be. All right, let's go back to our radar shot. And this is it. So these are the storms now on the southern end. We have a lot of storms that are firing out ahead, too, that we are obviously keeping a very close eye on. This is a line of storms that will be impacting us here in Martinsville very shortly. We do have a live weather camera, which I'll go ahead and actually start pulling up now because eventually you guys are going to want to see that. Got the update. Sarah is moving into Morgan County. She's going to head out of Brown County and probably intercept the storms that are pushing through Jasonville right now. Let me pull up the Indiana Weather Network Hoosier Skycam and have that ready so you guys can see it here in a moment. All right, let's we got Jason. We got Jacob back here. Let me pull him up. Let's go back to the live shot here from Jacob Wolf. That's the shot from the Vincennes storm that is pushing into the Vincennes area now. These storms are intensifying along this line as they move into central Indiana. They are going quite linear and are posing a damaging wind threat. He's giving us the full view there. Thanks, Jacob. These guys are doing an excellent job. Give them a round of applause in the comments section. They are out getting it done so everybody can see what's going on across the state so that you don't have to just look at radar the entire time as we go back to radar. Still reporting over 90,000 people without power across the state right now as our severe weather outbreak continues. Now we have the entire southern line. Let's zoom in here and let's pause it because I want to pay attention to these cells that are firing out ahead of the line. Let's pull up the one that's near Bicknell, which is southeast of Blaze's location. Nothing terribly concerning right now, but we just got to pay attention to those cells that are firing out ahead of the main. I just want to make sure we don't have any supercells. Let's look at the one near Bloomfield. Okay, that's still good too. And the live weather camera is showing the storms rolling into the Morgan County area now. Let's go back to the Clay City storm. 60-mile-per-hour wind,
Right,
still
I'm up
1
to
inch.
50 on wind now.
You said up to 50?
Yeah, I'm up to 50 now on wind. It's shaking the car. Here comes the thick part.
All right, we're going to watch Blaze for a second. Keep your audio on for a second, but I want them to hear the hail.
Here we go.
You can hear it. There's the wind. You can see the wind blowing. This is Oaktown, Indiana. He's being impacted just north of Vincennes.
53.
All right, we got a 53-mile-per-hour gust there in Oaktown. Lots of lightning striking around too. You can see the
I wish y'all could
flashes.
feel how much this car is shaking right now.
We can kind of see it. Camera doesn't do justice, though. It never does. All right, boys, we'll check back up here in just 1 second. He is on this storm. Let me go down a little bit. That is near Vincennes. Let me switch to the Evansville radar. This is the storm he is on. So there's Oaktown right there in the center. This is a severe warned storm for 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts. So we're going to watch his stream very closely because I think he's about to get slammed by some 70 gusts here. That's the Oaktown storm. Before we get too crazy on that one, real quick, I want to jump back up. I want to pay attention to the Jasonville cell that is racing east. And then we'll also have the cell that's approaching Indy Metro as well. We need to be paying attention to. All right, let's go back to Blaze real quick. Let's see what he's got going on. Definitely see the wind is picking up. He might be a few minutes away still from the stronger gusts. You can see the rain blowing on the road at the bottom right. Lots of lightning. Yeah, I think the camera is helping a little bit with visibility as well. Visibility is probably lower to the naked eye than it is on camera. All right, swing back over to Doppler radar here. I'm actually going to do this. Heard some dinging, so let's pull up some storm reports real quick. Trees down, branches down, St. Joseph County. That's the only one we have for now. All right, let's zoom out so everybody has an idea what's going on. So the yellow shade there in the background is the tornado watch, depending on where you're at in the state. Southwest Indiana tornado watch goes until 11 o'clock. And then everywhere else is 8 o'clock p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. And we're going to pull up Adam's stream real quick so that I can... Oh, hold on. No, never mind. Pull up Adam's stream real quick so that I can switch from radar to the live weather camera here in Martinsville so you guys can see how the storms are looking. All right, so there's the live weather cam. This is the Martinsville Hoosier Sky Cam. As you can tell, the storm, this is powered by live wire electrical and alarms here in Martinsville, Indiana. And you can see the dark clouds that are pushing into the Martinsville area. This is at our office. Just an incredible shot showing you the full size of the storms. And they are still one county, almost two full counties to the southwest. So having that tower cam up really shows. If you guys want to watch this tower cam on the side or put it on your TV or put it on your phone, it is on our YouTube channel. Just search Indiana Weather Network and you will see Hoosier Sky Cam on there. And that is a live shot. So very cool that we get to do that and offer that to you guys. We'll get radar back up and going here in a second. We'll keep a close eye, obviously, on that tower cam as the storms get a little bit closer. All right, we're tracking several severe thunderstorm warnings up and down the I-69 corridor. Let's start from the north here. This storm is moving close to the Indianapolis metro area now. It is warned for 1-inch size hail and 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts. We do have reports of over 90,000 power outages across the state, mostly focused north of 70 because that's where the first line of storms went through. I will pull up the outage map here and see if we have an update. Yeah, we're up to 90, almost 95,000. Actually, we'll just say 95,000 power outages now. All those north of I-70, some in Sullivan County, but not a lot. But areas like Fulton County, Pulaski County, Porter County with 14,000 outages, St. Joseph County with 20,000 outages. So quite the outages ongoing right now. We do have a report of a fatality from severe weather today, and look, to me, it doesn't matter what you think about the level 3. That right there verifies the level 3. Plain and simple. Somebody died. So that's, to me, that verifies any forecast that anybody might have been complaining about earlier. We do have a report of one fatality in Porter County, unfortunately caused by severe weather. That is, they were in a semi truck and it rolled onto somebody. That's per National Weather Service. Per emergency management, Porter County, one fatality from today's severe weather. Our thoughts, obviously, with their family. We'll get more information when we know more. Let's get back to the radar here. So you're seeing storms now approaching Indianapolis. Give me 1 second, guys. Give me 1 second, guys. Making an update, and then we will get back at it. Let me zoom out so you guys can see what's going on while I make this update real quick. Also, got to watch our camera too because we're about to be impacted. All right, so getting back to business here, looking at the radar, several severe thunderstorm warnings in central Indiana. You got a report for me? What's up?
Oh, 1 second, let me read it. Southern Sullivan County.
Okay.
I have a bunch of trees down from law enforcement.
Okay. Trees down Sullivan County, reported by law enforcement. All right, back to action, guys. Sorry about that. We're also reading up on some other storm reports. Also, taking a break for a second. We're back in action. Sorry about that. All right, so several severe thunderstorm warnings ongoing. Let me check my chasers. Okay, several severe thunderstorm warnings ongoing. Central Indiana. Let's start north to south and get caught back up here. So starting with this one that's approaching Indy now. Still 1-inch size hail, 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts. Dropping south, eyeballing the Clay City cell. This is likely the one that will impact us here in Martinsville. This storm racing off to the northeast. Let's check storm speeds real quick. Get an idea how fast these storms are moving. Storms are moving east at 45 miles per hour. So about average storm speed for severe weather, especially in linear mode. Got a lot of messages here. Let me check. Probably some storm reports in here somewhere. Thank you, guys. Thank you, everybody who is sending us photos and videos. It's extremely helpful because then I know what to tell people downrange from the storms. I know what's going on because you guys are telling me and sending in photos. All right. Pretty good shot here. Let's pull up Jacob's shot. Looks like he's just behind the leading edge of the storm, like the whale's mouth almost. He is south of Vincennes on that one. Pretty cool shot live on air. Adam's also out there in Ireland watching storms develop. Sarah is I recognize that area. Is that the bypass, Sarah? That is the bypass. So Sarah is here in Martinsville, looking at storms that are going. I'm going to verify that is the bypass. I'm pretty sure it is. Yeah, it is.
Yes, it is.
Thanks, Sarah. So we're going to watch that stream closely. And Blaze is getting into some shenanigans here, driving through a hail core probably. Team Windseeker there at Windseeker Storm Chasing. All right, back to action. Let's take a look at these prefrontals. These storms firing renegades out west of Bloomington. There's now rotation definitely developing on the storm that is southwest of Bloomington on the back end. That is a storm that's out ahead by itself that would be moving probably to the northeast. I'll put it in motion here in a second so we get an idea. Yeah, that's moving due north, and as long as it can stay by itself, we might want to watch that storm. That would be moving towards Ellettsville, but it's not going to stay by itself too long. That line is coming in behind it rather quickly. So if it's going to do anything, it's going to have to do it right now. But that's the concern. That's these little cells that start popping out ahead that are by themselves. That's the concern. Severe thunderstorm warning for 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts still on that Vincennes-Bicknell storm. It is racing off. Let's see how fast that one's going. I wonder if it's going faster, about the same speed. About the same speed, 45 miles an hour. It's about to cross I-69, and it'll be eventually to the Guthrie, Bedford, and Mitchell areas. All right, let's put this in pause. Let's jump back up real quick to Indianapolis Metro. So storms are now rolling into the city. A lot of lightning, some gusty wind. Severe thunderstorm warning hasn't been extended yet, but they are pushing into the Indianapolis area now. I want to pause this because I really want to pay attention to the storms that are southwest of Bloomington. that are developing an area, slightly developing an area of a mesocyclone. These are shooting off to the northeast as the rest of the line is pushing east like this. This will be near Ellisville. So
Those are daylight towards us.
yeah, I don't know how long they survive. That would be getting pretty close to the Paragon area. I'm not sure how long they'll survive simply because the line is catching up very quickly. You can see how they're closing in. If you can manage to stay by itself, that could be something to watch. It'll be close. It'll be close. Also, a cell developing just north of Paragon now. This is in Morgan County. Nothing scary happening on that cell just yet, but definitely got to watch its ahead. That would be approaching the Indianapolis Metro, Mooresville. But I think there's likely some interaction ongoing with the storms to its north. We do have Sarah. It's actually would be pointing or right at that storm right now. So if we want to know what that cell is doing, we have a pretty good idea. Let's sit here and watch this for a second. Update her location real quick. So that's a live feed from Stormchaser Sarah Barrick. She's looking at that cell that's firing just north of Paragon in western Morgan County, just west of Martinsville. While we're watching her stream, I'm going to do some quick movements here with the on the radar here so I get an idea what the other cells are doing without giving everybody motion sickness. There's a storm firing south of Lagodi that has some rotation on it as well. We'll watch that closely. But as of right now, it is still mostly a damaging wind threat. There are just 2 severe thunderstorm warnings in the state, both of them heading towards the Bloomington area. Another one up north approaching Martinsville, which is the cell that you're looking at on your screen. All right, let's go back to radar real quick and take a gander. This thunderstorm that just passed Clay City that's coming towards like Ellettsville, eventually the Martinsville, Paragon area has been upgraded. Copy, I'll take a look. This storm has been upgraded 70-mile-per-hour wind, considerable damage threat as it moves northeast to the east a little bit, about 45 miles per hour. That thing is definitely packing a punch, and that's coming right at Martinsville, which is our office. So hopefully we don't lose. Fantastic. Thank you, sir. Want to watch that storm down near Lagodi, and Adam just keyed up and said he's got his camera pointed right at it. So let's go back to that really quick because it is suspicious. It is way in front of any other storm right now. Let's pull up the velocity scan. So this is the one we're looking at right here. It's developing a mesocyclone on it. It's nothing crazy right now, and that is what Adam Davis is looking at. So look how tall that storm is. Super, super tall. It has developed very, very quickly. Let's see here. Cycling through all the storm reports real quick, make sure we're not missing anything crazy. That's a great shot, Adam. Thanks for letting me know. We'll continue checking back on that one. It's just really out there by itself, so I just want to make sure it's not going to do anything crazy. I'm being extremely biased towards the storms that are approaching Martinsville because I'm here. So I'm going to continue watching that. very closely. Let's take a look at the storm that's just to the north and west of Martinsville. Still not that serious. It's definitely developing a hail core. There it is near Alaska. Be pushing northeast towards Monrovia. Will likely be affected by the storms to the north, up near like Little Point or Eminence.
I'm going to get rolling and try to keep up with it here. It's not moving as fast as the rest.
10-4, sir. I'll be watching. I believe these are still the only two. Yep. These are only two severe thunderstorm warnings we have ongoing right now. Let's check out the Indianapolis area. Storms rolling in there. It's so hard because we're so close to the radar. We're going to watch that area closely. We had some reports of a lowering on the south side of Indianapolis. Try to take a gander at some comments here. Oops, I still hit the wrong button. Pano of the Martinsville cell.
It's 67. Pretty big.
Copy. We're watching the cells that are to the southwest that are me coming through McCormick's Creek, Gosport area. That's going to be the one we want to watch.
Yeah, okay. I just took my daughter to her grandparents for the night. I'm back at Marcus, so late. I'm so
Copy. All right. Let's get back to business. 70 mile per hour wind threat here on the storm that is blowing through the McCormick's Creek area now. Spencer, Ellettsville. Hopefully campers have gone to the safe areas. That area just got impacted really bad a couple years ago. It's a very wooded area, so a lot of trees will be knocked down from 70 mile per hour wind gusts easily. Let's take a look at the velocity. I don't see anything trying to spin, but wind is definitely a concern with these storms as they race to the east-northeast. Let's go back south. Still keeping a close eye on the Lagodi cell. Let's switch to the Evansville radar. We definitely want to watch the storm that is northwest of Washington, a monster hail core. I don't see any meso developing as of right now. Let's jump down to the VIL. And you can see the hail core right here, Bicknell. Probably some inch, maybe inch and a quarter hail in there. As it races east towards I-69. Hopefully stays north of Washington. Let's hop back over to the storm that is near Shoals. That is out by itself. Adam at the bottom right corner is going to be on this storm. Nothing insane happening there, but we just want to make sure that because it's out by itself. So if a storm is going to be a supercell and produce a tornado, it's going to be that one. All right. Racing back up north, let's take a look at Indianapolis Metro. Looking pretty good for now. National Weather Service Doppler radar being impacted as we speak. So we're going to know, we're going to have a pretty good idea of what's going on because that's where the National Weather Service is. Still getting a lot of reports from up north. St. Joseph County, a lot of trees down. Pea-size hail reported in Mooresville from these storms that are racing off to the northeast approaching Indianapolis. Jumping back down to the storms that are approaching McCormick's Creek, waiting for a radar update here. Let's take a look at the Ellettsville cell. And that mezzo that was there is no longer there. So that's good news. I think it's getting some interaction from the storms approaching from the west. That's why I said that storm I don't think had enough time to do anything funky. It was just kind of, yeah. Let's look at Adam Davis's shot. This is from the cell that's down near Lagodi. Of course, as soon as I pulled him up, the service went bad. There it goes. A very tall, fluffy storm. That's the storm structure on that Lagodi cell that we're watching closely. We have Jacob and Blaze both in the middle, or looks like trying to race ahead, keep ahead of the cells down in southwest Indiana near Vincennes in Oaktown, doing their best to stay out in front. And then we have Sarah, who's watching the storm that was northwest of Martinsville. And now she'll just kind of, if I know Sarah at all, she'll probably just wait and be impacted by the storms that are about to roll into Morgan County here shortly. All right. Let's take a look at the power outage map. Have an idea of what's going on here. And we just crossed 100,000 power outages across the state. That is banner worthy. So we're now at over 100,000 power outages across the state of Indiana from severe weather. Most of it north of I-70 from.
So, unfortunately, I'm in just the wrong position for my car to see it due to the car.
Copy, thank you. Zip back down to Lagodi. We do have reports of a wall cloud developing on the storm that is southwest of Shoals. Is starting to get a little hook on it too, so I would agree with that. Wall cloud being reported from a Stormchaser of ours. It's going to be right here in this area. And that storm, let me actually verify which direction it's going before I circle things. I think it's going north. Yep, northeast. The storm rotation would be going this direction, getting close to Shoals. Huron. And Adam is attempting to catch up. He said the angle of his camera right now can't capture the wall cloud, so we'll have to wait till he gets into a position to get. But there's definitely a hook forming on that storm. It's out by itself. It's a renegade. That could spell trouble uprange for people like in Bedford or Mitchell. So we're watching that closely. I'm going to switch over to Blaze Abner's live stream, and I'm going to take a 2-minute restroom break. I will be right back.
For anybody that's actually able to hear me through this ruckus, I'm trying to push towards that Lagodi storm. The problem is the line is keeping up with me. I'm trying to do what I can to outrun it. But there's only so much tires to let you do on wet pavement. So, but I'm trying to keep up, at least get ahead of this line, because there's another renegade that's going right between Princeton and Oklahoma City that maybe if I set up right, I could probably catch it too. So that's kind of the goal right now. But if you kind of look below the clouds on the left side, you can kind of see the backside of the storm that Adam is on right now. That's the one that's in the Lagodi area. This is what's happening in Lagodi. So I am trying to get ahead of this line for it, but this line is moving very fast. It's hard. But I think we're making some kind of headway on it here. I don't know, given the motion of it. I should be out of the woods here pretty soon. So, but again, on the left side of the screen, you can see the back side of that storm that Adam is on. That is that Lagodi storm just went through Lagodi. I'm on Highway 50 trying to push east. I'm getting ready to come into Washington here in a minute. So, but yeah, that should show that it is very hard to outrun these lines if you try to get into your car and outrun it. It's hard. I did take some hail earlier. It wasn't very substantial in size. I'd say about the biggest ones I got were maybe just a little bit bigger than 1/3 of an inch. They weren't very big. That hail core kind of died off. But we also had the cold pool start to fly in with that storm. I am actually getting ahead of the cold front now. My temperature is rising. I was down to 50. I'm getting back up in the 60s now. So doing what I can to race it, but that cold front is with that storm. That's part of what's killing off this hail that I was trying to get into. The hail core was good up until I went to try to intercept, and then it died off. So,
Thanks, Blaze.
Everybody's trying to get ahead of it.
Thanks, Blaze.
Yep.
Echoed really bad there for a second. Thanks, buddy, for helping me out there. Let's see what here. Okay. Let's get back to radar. So they did drop that warning that is southwest of Martinsville. It's kind of becoming messy. It was a very organized line. As it moves northeast, it's getting some interaction from these showers, and it's just not as pretty. Oh, and I lied. And then they reintroduced a warning as I said that. So we're now under a severe thunderstorm warning here at home base. Obviously, if things hit the fan, I will seek shelter, but not expecting that. So severe thunderstorm warning, $50 size hail, 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts on the storms that are moving. This is a very large severe thunderstorm warning. It includes Martinsville. It includes Bloomington, Paragon, Ellettsville, Nashville, Guthrie, all the way down to Bedford. It is a very large severe warning and is warned because of the wind from these storms moving, also for hail. Let's stop for a second. Let's go down and take a look at, where's my radar at? There it is. At this storm right here that's got that hook on it near Lacey. It's a Renegades by itself, and this does have a wall cloud on it, reported by Stormchasers. We might have a wall cloud on our storm too here, Kevin. Take a look at the live weather cam. We have a lowering on our live weather cam right now that's pushing into Martinsville. I can't tell if that's outflow based or if that is a lowering. Wow. So let's zip back up real quick to Martinsville. I don't see where that would be. Maybe the Paragon cell. We're looking due west, so we're gonna watch that live cam closely because I'm not trying to get hit. So I don't see anything scary on radar, but definitely some type of lowering on our live weather camera. I'll pull it up here in a second for you guys. For now, let's do this, and share the live weather camera. All right, so this is our live weather camera here at the office, and now as I pulled up, it's gotten rain wrap, but right over here is where we're looking. You can see the lowering. It was a lot more clear a second ago. If I back up maybe a couple minutes, you can kind of see it there. If I backed up a couple minutes, now I gotta go back live. It's now rain wrapped, so you can't see it anymore, but that's our live camera. That's live fed, Martinsville, Indiana, powered by Livewire Electrical and Alarms. You can see that on our YouTube channel 24 hours a day. Very, very convenient. Sarah's also on the storms that are rolling in. She's in Martinsville right now, so if anybody's going to see something, it's going to be her. As I pull Doppler radar back up. Yeah, I can see where that lowering is. Right here's the rotation, southwest of Martinsville, near Steinsville. That is just to the southwest of Paragon. That is the lowering that we're seeing on our live weather camera, or we did. Now we're rain wrapped. Let me put this in motion, figure out which way we're going here. And it looks like we're going east with it. So we're watching that because that was observed as a lowering, or maybe it's this. That would be a lot closer, though. I'm going to say it's probably the one down here. We'll watch that, though. Let's jump back down to the Lagodi area storm. It's out by itself. That has a wall cloud on it. Still nothing like obvious on that storm. Adam is en route. Probably in a bad service area because we don't have a stream anymore. We're still tracking over 100,000 people without power in the state right now. A lot of damage in many communities today. If we zoom back out, this is what we got going on. Severe thunderstorm warning, a very large one from essentially Indianapolis, 465, all the way down to east of Vincennes. Ginormous. A lot of lightning being picked up here on the live weather cam as it pushes into Martinsville. All right, let's go back into the storms that are warned that we saw that lowering on. A little something suspicious there north of Ellettsville. It's not crazy. This whole line is warned for $half size hail and 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts. They just went ahead and warned the entire thing. Can't really blame them. Watching Sarah stream pretty closely because she's on the Martinsville cell that's moving into the area. Pea-sized hail in Paragon. No, I'm not either, Abby. And that camera is completely in rain now. The computer version, I can see a little bit more of the lowering, but I don't see any funnel cloud or anything coming out of it. But it's severely wrapped in rain. It could be. Let me zoom out. I don't have anything right now. But sometimes they get the notification on their phones before I do. All right, so let's get back in here. Severe thunderstorm warnings continuing. They're approaching I-69 now. Martinsville about to be impacted. Paragon being impacted now. Down the line, Bloomington up next. Even some of these photos I'm getting okay. All right. So very large severe thunderstorm warning, as I said earlier, with several cities involved, mainly for $half size hail and some gusty wind up to 60 miles per hour that can cause damage. So you should be preparing for that. Make sure you're indoors, away from windows. Ground shaking thunder. If you have photos or anything, you can send us a message directly to the page. I don't think the comment section allows photos on live stream. Let me know if it starts to get crazy out there, Kevin, because I'll come out and get some video. Yeah. Yeah, that was crazy. All right, let's jump down to we have a new severe thunderstorm warning down near Princeton. And that thing looks nasty. That is a severe thunderstorm warning for Oakland City, Petersburg, parts of I-69 for 1-inch hail, 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts. Definitely a nice hail core indicated by the purple color there on radar. Let's pop over to Sarah real quick. She is on the severe thunderstorm just outside of Martinsville, basically in Martinsville. You're starting to see rain really start to pick up there. Wind will also start to increase. I think I can see hail on her car.
I do not have hail yet.
Okay, no hail yet. All right, so let's jump over now to the storm. Look at all these storms firing now. Storms down near Evansville are all by themselves. They're on that outflow boundary. You can see what I mean, or actually they're on the outflow boundary. You can see the line shooting this direction, and storms are firing rapidly on it. That's the area that both Jacob and Blaze are in, so I'm sure they both got their eyes on them. The rapid initiation of cells down there near Mount Vernon and in the Evansville areas. We'll keep a close eye on those. Let's jump back up here because I want to pay close attention to the storm that is near Mitchell, Indiana, with a mesocyclone on it as well. Adam Davis is on it, but he's probably in a bad service area. And let's go back up to the Indianapolis radar. There's still some slight rotation south of Paragon near,
The one that's Bedford has a tornado possible tag on it.
Okay. Watching this area right here, crossing I-69 south of Martinsville, between Martinsville and Bloomington. That would be moving towards sort of the east, towards Spearsville, staying between Morgantown and Needmore. Yeah, I can see it. I'm gonna hop up front real quick and take a look at the storms here hitting office. I will be right back.
Let me know if I don't know why. Let me know if the shit is good.
Like crazy. All right, I'm back. I had to take a look for myself. All right. Let's go back to the reflectivity scan here. We'll zoom out and see what we got going on. So obviously new severe thunderstorm warning down southwest. A lot of cells starting to fire down near the Evansville area. Our office is being impacted right now by this severe storm. So far, nothing too crazy. Heavy rain and some wind. It is still warned for $half size hail and 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts on the storm that is rolling through the Martinsville area. Oh no, there's no way. All right, we're gonna jump back down to the Evansville radar. Look at this storm near Princeton and Oakland City, a hail producer and a gusty wind producer there. And then still watching the storm that's by itself up here near Mitchell. I wonder what Doppler radar would work better. I think Evansville's still the best Doppler radar. It's getting in kind of a weird area. The storms to the west are catching up with it. I did have a meso on it. It still definitely does here on the tail end. That is what we want to watch for. I believe Adam's back online, or he was. Not quite back online yet. Tempo, it's trying to load on our screen. It's just not quite there yet. There it is. Never mind, I got it now. So we're watching this storm that's rotating. It's approaching Mitchell. Definitely has a mesocyclone on it. And Adam Davis is on that storm right now. He's on it. So we're watching it very closely. Let me actually update his location real quick. Oh, what is going on? So he is closer to Lagodi now. And he is watching that storm that has a nice mesoscale mesocyclone on it that is approaching the Macy or Mitchell, Indiana area, also Bedford.
Really strong.
All right, let's go back up north here, tracking the storms. Yeah, please. Let me take a look real quick. Hang on one second. We're getting impacted here at the office. I'm going to go take video.
Crazy. That don't sound like a tornado. You know what I mean? So, heavy wind, heavy rain. You guys
Hey, Zach, I got pea-sized hail.
Like, Martinsville. Fargo out, kids, I'll go to my phone, go live. Here comes the hail. Everybody on West Border keeps saying west side of town, hell on Cherry Street. Tornado warning for south of us. Bloomington. Keep recording that. Logan's.
All right, new tornado warning south of Bloomington. Let's hop on that real quick. Sorry about that. I was getting some video. All right, let's zoom in here. Tornado warning now southeast corner of Bloomington. Clear Creek, State Road 46. This is parts of Brown County. It's approaching Nashville. Let me get to. Try to get some towns in here. There's really not a whole lot going on in here. This is for parts of Monroe and Brown County. 2 new tornado warning. I'll get into it here in a second. We are getting hit pretty solid right now at the office, so we're going to hope that power stays on. But we're going to talk about this tornado warning real quick. This is for Monroe and Brown County. This is parts of southeast Bloomington, parts of Indiana University, Clear Creek, Night Ridge, Belmont, and Nashville. Let's switch over to velocity. Right there's your rotation. That is very good rotation. That is just on the southeast side of Bloomington, or I'm sorry, south side of Bloomington near Clear Creek. Moving northeast, we'll be getting close to Night Ridge, eventually the Woodview Hills, Belmont. This is a very wooded area, so if a tornado's on the ground, we are going to know. We're still getting hit pretty good here at the office. Probably about 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts there at one point. My phone. I can hear the wind from my office outside. It is coming down. All right, so that's the area of rotation on this tornado warning for parts of Monroe and Brown County. We're going to wait a minute for a scan for new update. This tornado warning does include parts of Bloomington, southeast side of Bloomington. Let's zoom out a little bit, put it in motion. We just got a radar update, but the velocity, I'm sure, is not up ready yet. Some nice thunder going on here at the office in Martinsville. All right, let's put this in pause this real quick. Go to velocity. There it is. Yeah, that's definitely rotating. Still a very good mesocyclone. It is going to miss Bloomington to the south and east. It's moving. Yeah, it's going between Bloomington and Lake Monroe. Hopefully nobody's on the water. And it's moving northeast. Night Ridge, Woodview Hills, and Belmont will be the closest areas, neighborhoods to this rotation. Let's check and see if we have anything. Not seeing anything crazy right now. Let's come back to that in a second. We got to pay attention also to the Bedford cell. Let's switch over. We also have a severe storm near Petersburg, Oakland City. Let's look at this Mitchell storm real quick. And that storm's rotating as well. It's got a mesocyclone on it. So we're watching that one closely. That would be getting close to Bedford, Mitchell, and Erie, Indiana. Is your daughter in the path of this?
Like it's in the center of that box, and he's on the northern edge of right on 46.
Okay.
Dakota is on here somewhere. Well, yeah, well, I mean, yeah, real close. Dakota, if you're on, it's heading right for you. I'll call you.
All right, so updating the tornado warning that's ongoing Monroe in Brown County. Very nice mesocyclone ongoing there, pushing to the northeast. We'll see what the next radar image gives us. It's getting close to Night Ridge, Belmont, and will likely run or get very close to State Road 46 as it pushes northeast towards Brown County and Camp Roberts area. So we're just kind of waiting for another scan here.
I just got
10-4. We do have additional cells developing. We'll come back to the Bloomington tornado warning here in a second. Trying to bounce around. Storms firing down near Evansville. All these little cells that are going now we need to pay attention to. Near Highland, Mount Vernon just had a storm explode to the southwest along that outflow boundary. Armstrong also has a storm blowing up on the outflow boundary. Severe thunderstorm warning for Petersburg, Iva, Otwell. Watching the storm near Bedford. I want to take a look at the storm that's on the north side of Evansville near Highland. I want to see what this is doing. Doesn't look like it's doing anything crazy as of right now, but definitely a hail core on there. Pea-sized hail reported by Jacob, and that's the guy that's on that storm right now on the north side of Evansville. And he just reported some pea-sized hail there. I'm going to change his location real quick. All right, let's hop back up to the tornado warning that's ongoing for Monroe and Brown counties, including parts of, and there's a nice ball. We might have a tornado on the ground. Looks like we have a nice curvature, maybe a debris ball ongoing here. Very standard, very typical curve on a tornado warning there. Let's go to our velocity. And it definitely continues with the mesocyclone. Just south of Night Ridge, it looks like it just crossed whatever road that is. Just northeast of Lake Monroe. It'll be moving this direction. Looks to stay just south of State Road 46, maybe south of the Nashville area as well. We're watching that very closely. Let's switch over to our correlation coefficient. And there's a lot of activity, but I don't see anything that screams debris ball yet. We'll let that update one. Sometimes it's a little behind. We said a lightning strike very bright on the live weather cam. But that's the area of concern right there. That is southeast of Bloomington. I think it's going to stay south. Let me circle it. Hang on. You talking like right here? Or are you talking about down here? This one.
Yeah, right there.
This one's the second one?
She lives right in that area. I'm like, Logan, you need to move.
Okay. So obviously continuing to watch this tornado warning. This includes Monroe and Brown counties southeast of Bloomington, and a very nice curve ongoing. Right here is where the rotation or where the tornado would be if it is, and is moving this direction. Moving to the northeast. There's a radar update. Let's take a look. That is a massive hook, just a massive hook ongoing on this tornado warning. Textbook hook echo right now. Getting very close. It looks. I still think it might stay south of State Road 46. We need to pay attention to any north shift for people that live in that area. Let's zoom in. Let's go to velocity. And the mesocyclone continues. And it's riding the southern edge of this tornado warning box. So even if you are maybe just slightly south of the southern edge of that warning box, you should still be in your shelters. It is just riding right along it. I think it's moving kind of this direction. It looks to stay south of Nashville for now. And still no obvious debris ball or anything. Doesn't appear anything is being picked up. But it is definitely a textbook hook echo with the rotation there at the edge. That's textbook as it gets without actually having a tornado on the ground. And that's moving that way. This is the tornado warning that includes portions of Monroe and Brown County, southeast of Bloomington. We'll zoom out so everybody has an idea of where we're at here. New severe thunderstorm warning north of Evansville for 1-inch size hail and 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts. And that is the storm that Jacob is on that severe thunderstorm warning. That is now on the north side of Evansville. Looking back at the storm here. We have a great team.
Had some greenage here on my stream just a few moments ago.
Say that again.
Sorry, storm signs are going off. I've had some greenage on my stream here a few moments ago. Bit of an updraft in play, it looks like.
Copy that, sir. Yeah, I can hear the noises in the background. Something looks suspicious right there, so we're going to pay attention to his stream very closely on those storms that are down near. Where's my mouse? Down near Evansville. So he's down here on these storms. If we zoom in, take a gander here. Nothing that jumps out at you as of right now. New severe thunderstorm warnings, Jasper, Paoli, 1-inch size hail, 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts. Let's hop back up to the tornado warning for Monroe and Brown County. I don't think we had a radar update since the last time we looked. It looks the exact same. I just clicked the same thing. I don't know why I did that. Okay, so we did have a reflectivity update. Still, you can see where the curve is, and right here, and it's gonna go just south of State Road 46. Right there is where the tornado would be, and it's moving east northeast. Be paying attention if you are Camp Roberts, Nallbone, Clarksdale.
I am on 252 and getting some E5 hail 2000.
You kind of broke up a little bit, Sarah. I know where you're at though. 252. You're heading east towards Morgantown. That's you kind of got cut off though. All right, we'll come back to her. Still tracking, obviously. Tornado watch remains in effect until 8 o'clock. So we got about another hour of the tornado watch. We are following the tornado warning that's in effect for Monroe and Brown County. Let's switch over to velocity and see what we got. And there's definitely still rotation ongoing there. It is broad. It's not as tight as it was 3 or 4 scans ago. And it's just riding the southern edge of that tornado warning. It will be between Camp Roberts and Pikes Peak, probably within the next 10 to 15 minutes. Let's switch over to our correlation coefficient. And I don't see anything alarming. All right. Tornado watch 76 issued till 1 a.m. Thank you, Jacob. I just now saw that. So a new tornado watch has been issued. If we zoom out, I will show you. And it covers the remainder of the state of Indiana. So that will go until 1 o'clock in the morning Eastern Daylight Time. And it is essentially for these storms back here to the west. That's why they did that. All these storms down near Evansville that are going to be moving east over the next 1 to 2 hours. All right, let's jump back down to the Evansville site. To pay attention to this storm down here, that's just really suspicious to me. Producing some pretty large hail at the moment. Maybe a developing mesocyclone where that lightning is striking all around. That is the storm that Jacob is on. He's making his moves now. We'll let him move into position. And the storms are right in that outflow boundary. You can see the outflow boundary shooting to the southeast, and storms are firing along it. That's why we need to watch this storm in particular that is being is interacting with that outflow boundary right now, and that's I think why we have a developing mesocyclone on that storm. Actually, looks like it might be weakening a little bit. Yeah.
They just had a confirmed tornado south of Nashville.
Okay. Reporting a confirmed tornado now south of Nashville, which absolutely makes sense with just what we're looking at. Man, that barely missed your daughter, I'm telling you.
Oh, I know.
Probably a mile. We're talking 1 to 2 miles.
I said 2 miles.
Yeah.
That's what I told her.
So this storm here, they have not extended the tornado warning on it. Who's reporting a tornado?
Dispatch.
Okay. 911 is reporting a tornado on the storm. I'm not sure how they're doing that. I haven't got an update yet on the warning, but this is the storm that is in effect for Monroe and Brown County right now. Let's see. Let's take a look at correlation coefficient. Maybe something there. There's a new severe thunderstorm warning for Bartholomew, Brown, Jackson, Jennings, Johnson, Lawrence, Monroe, Morgan, and Shelby County until 7:30. Likely for that line that's moving east. Yeah, I'm not sure, Kyle, where that tornado confirmation is coming from. Yeah, nobody sees it, and it's not on radar. So, I mean, they haven't even issued a confirmed tornado warning on it. So I'm not sure where that's coming from. No clue. So that tornado warning is likely going to expire soon as the rotation, as that area of the storm exits the polygon. And actually, it looks like they just issued a severe thunderstorm warning. Oh, yeah, that's the one we were just talking about. So that's the severe thunderstorm warning that's been issued now. So Franklin, Shelbyville, Columbus, a very large portion of I-65, Seymour, 1-inch hail, 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts. Not even a tornado possible tag on that. So, but the tornado warning does continue. It will likely expire here soon. I'm gonna check our power outage map here and see what we've got. Yeah, we're at 107 power outage, 107,000 power outages across the state right now. So a lot of people without power. Let me look at comments here. I want to make sure I'm not missing anything. All right. Yep.
Update, there is flooding going on in Martinsville.
That's no shock. Does a bear crap in the woods? All right. So that tornado warning continues, but it will expire here very soon. I'm reading up on reports, making sure I'm not missing anything. Quarter size hail, 252. Okay, awesome. Let's zoom out. Let's go back down south and take a look at the storms that are interacting with that outflow boundary. Really messy storms now. We're going to be dealing with hail and damaging wind primarily, likely for the remainder of the evening. But you get these storms that develop some rotation. That's the concern for. No, it's south of Nashville, Cheyenne. We're definitely still watching. They haven't expired the tornado warning yet, but they will. We lost a couple of our live streamers because of cell service issues. They will be back soon. Wonder if I can swap. There we go. We got Sarah back. All right, so this is what we're looking at right now. Severe thunderstorms. Everything is south of I-70 for the time being. And we'll probably stay away. There's a new tornado warning now for Columbus. All right, IW alert, new tornado warning in effect. This includes Columbus, I-65, radar indicated rotation. Same storm that was just in Monroe and Brown County a second ago. Let me fix my banner. I think it's close to Atterbury. So this warning is now for what counties? A lot. This does include Columbus, Indiana. Obviously a pretty populated area. All right, let's dive into this new tornado warning real quick. Pull up velocity, see what we got going on. So that's likely the area of concern right there, south of Clarksdale. That is moving directly towards Columbus. So if you're in Columbus, go ahead and seek shelter and wait till the all clear is given. The storm will be approaching I-65 very soon as well. Let's go ahead and do our storm timeline, get an idea of where we're at. First off, let's get the storm speed, which is moving, man, 65 miles an hour. That is not wasting time. Take it to the edge here and do 65 miles per hour. All right, so for this tornado warning, 10 minutes until it's in Columbus, on top of Columbus. 14 minutes to Clifford, 15 minutes to Petersville, 18 minutes to New Bern, 18 minutes to Burnsville, 22 minutes to Waynesburg, 21 minutes to Hartsville. Columbus, 10 minutes. That's all you got, and probably less than that. That thing is moving fast. It is rotating. Right there would be the area of concern. It's going to be on top of Columbus in probably less than 10 minutes. Probably less than 10 minutes. Okay. So that's the area we're concerned about right now. We're watching that closely. Obviously, that is the new tornado warning. I don't know why they haven't expired the other one yet. They might just be letting it go. Let's check up on some reports here. Amateur radio reports thunderstorm damage at the west gate of the Brown County State Park. Numerous trees. Let's see, numerous tree tops taken out and trees toppled. So some storm damage there at the Brown County State Park. Cass County, from earlier, structure damage to a barn, roof and siding blown off. Large trees down. All right. So we just got a radar update. Still broad rotation, nothing too crazy. Still tornado warning. It's going to be in this area. It's going to be quite literally on top of Columbus in about 5 minutes. 5 minutes until the storm is on top of you where the rotation is. Let's zoom out. Let's hop back down to Evansville really quick. Let's pay attention to these storms. We have storm chasers in the area on those storms that are taking care of business. This is the line of storm chasers we have out in the field right now. Sarah's in Morgan County. Jacob is in the Evansville, and Blaze is in French Lake. And he got down there fast. He's trying to get out ahead of these storms. I know he is.
I'm trying to race them to Salem right now because I know it's wide open over there. I know that area by heart, so I know where the open spots are.
10-4, yeah. I think you'll beat them. Especially the angle they're taking. So watching those storms.
Never doubt the
watching those storms. Very true. Watching those storms pretty closely. All those are hail and wind. Ping pong ball size hail expected in the storm northeast of Evansville. We also have a new severe thunderstorm warning to the west of Mount Vernon, Indiana. All right, let's jump back up to the tornado warning. Actually, let's look at the storm east of Bedford real quick. That's approaching Brownstown. Maybe a mezzo on that. Continuing our coverage of the severe weather outbreak today across Indiana. So much to talk about. We've had, I couldn't even name all of them off the top of my head. Hundreds upon hundreds of severe weather damage reports in the state today. Damage and wind mostly. We had a fatality reported by emergency management in Porter County from severe weather today. Numerous tornado warnings. It's possible we had a few tornado reports as well. We won't know for a little bit. And this is just the beginning of a very active week here at the Indiana Weather Network. Then we have to turn our attention to Wednesday's severe threat, which is already level 3. We got to get through this one first. Doing pretty good. We're 4 hours and 20 minutes in. Are you guys still with me? Give me a heck yeah in the comments. I'm trying not to talk too fast, trying to take it a little bit easier this time around. That last update does have some, I like to call it pinching, but some tightening going up. Still very broad, though. It's going to be, if not already on top of Columbus, we're waiting for the next scan here. Let's go here. That is just nasty. Let's put it in motion so you guys get an idea. The storm is moving very quickly. It's moving 65 miles per hour to the east, northeast. Yeah, I see a bunch of heck yeahs in the comment. All right. Thank you guys for staying with us during the severe weather coverage. We probably have another hour or two. Still.
I'm on US 31, right in Columbus area. Warning. I've got 8 rebel signs and 20 to 30 mile per hour winds.
Copy. Do you want a live stream?
Yeah, send me a link. I can get it going.
Sending it right now. We're going to get one of our chasers online. He's in the tornado warning on I-65 right now. We'll try to get him online here in a second. Still continuing the tornado warning for Columbus. Let's see if we have an updated scan here. It's still not updating. It's delayed. Let's zoom out here. This is all part of the line of storms south of I-70. It started out with north of I-70 this morning, and now it's south of I-70 this afternoon. Hi, Shelby. We're waiting for Chris to get his stream up. I see him logged in. We'll give him a second to get everything organized. This is what we're looking at right now. So the line stretching down I-65 and then all the way down I-69. This is the reason the tornado watch was issued for areas in southeast and east central Indiana. Obviously, focusing heavily on the tornado warning that is approaching Columbus now with the rotation. There's an update. Still pretty broad rotation. Heck yeah. Hashtag IWN. I love it. Yeah, there's been a lot of reports today of tornado touchdowns. We're not sure. Thank you. If those hold any truth or not. Let's take a look real quick. Hold on one second. Let's take a look at Chris Cooley, his live stream. He is north of Columbus currently, sitting inside the tornado warning that is ongoing right now. We'll watch his. A lot of surface wind there. Right now, the rotation remains rather broad. There's also a new severe thunderstorm warning out for Indianapolis Metro, downtown Indianapolis. That is just for some gusty wind, 60-mile-per-hour wind, and some small pea-size hail with that storm. And storms extend all the way from I-70 all the way down I-69 and are now approaching and crossing I-65. You can see the wind really picking up in Chris's view there. You can see the flags there blowing off in the distance. While we watch his stream, I'm going to get caught up on some of these reports real quick, make sure I'm not missing anything. All right. We'll come back to his stream here in a second. Still monitoring. Watching this area here where lightning has started to increase slightly south side of Columbus, moving this direction. Be getting pretty close to US 31. We'll be crossing US 31 here soon. I'm running kind of parallel with State Road 46, getting pretty close to Hartsville, Indiana. There's that update, and then look at that. It almost matches my radar, or not my radar, my arrow on the radar. That is the area of concern right now for this tornado warning. It's right here. We're starting to see some tightening of rotation. Driving off, getting close to Jewel, north of Elizabethtown, approaching New Bern and Waynesburg. This is that tornado warning that is issued for Columbus. Let's back out. Let's see what we got going on with the CC. Super messy. It's going to be hard to find anything in that. Reflectivity is a little behind as well, I believe. These storms are racing to the northeast at 65 miles per hour. It is on top of Columbus right now. Columbus is being impacted. Beautiful lightning strike right there on the live. Lots of lightning. That is a true sign of a very active severe thunderstorm is the lightning strike. So you see all that lightning it's ongoing. That tells me that this storm is very healthy right now. It is constant lightning flashes on Chris's stream. So this storm is certainly doing its thing. It's very healthy. No signs of weakening right now. Tornado warning continues for Columbus, Hope, Hartsville, and Clifford, Indiana. Right there would be the area of concern. All right. Let's do this. Let's figure out storm speed. I believe it's probably still 60, 65, I'd imagine. 65 miles an hour. So let's get an idea of people downrange, including people in like Greensburg. We'll go way out ahead here. I'm going to take it all the way to I-74. That might not be the exact path, but so towns in the path. Petersville, about 5 minutes. Horace, 17 minutes. Harris City, 19 minutes. Greensburg, 22 minutes. Storm is moving very quickly. So although it looks far away, it's moving 65 miles an hour. So Greensburg, you got about 20 to 25 minutes to be prepared for this storm that is rotating. Radar update there. We're back to a bit of a broad rotation now as it passes just south of Jewel. So it has weakened out slightly on that rotation. Let's take a look at Nothing jumps out there. All right, let's zoom out, give everybody an idea. So we do have a severe thunderstorm warning for Indianapolis Metro. That's just for wind, 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts. These storms just continue east through the tornado watch that goes until 1 o'clock, I believe, now for areas over here. Yep, 1 a.m. 1 a.m. Eastern Daylight Time. So obviously these storms that are moving east, the Storm Prediction Center and the National Weather Service believe that these storms could be tornado producers at some point. It's possible. And that's why the tornado watch was issued. Definitely today, the biggest issue with today's storms is the straight line wind damage. That has been the major concern, including a fatality in Northwest Indiana from straight line winds earlier. Thank you, everybody, for staying with us. We've been on air for 4.5 hours, and we have not gone below 900 viewers. You guys are some of the best followers ever. It's been incredible and fun. Unfortunately, when we do these, it means that something bad is happening. Today, it's been an absolute widespread wind damage fest. Wind damage reports up at the Michigan border all the way down.
Hey, I'm going to interrupt you and tell you thank you for what you do and your crew, because you guys are phenomenal. There's no better coverage in the state of Indiana for stuff like this. You're groundbreaking and you're setting the standard. Thanks,
Kevin. Appreciate it. Great crew here at the Indiana Weather Network that has been extremely helpful today with messaging severe weather, including our forecast crew, our lead forecaster, Kyle Bales, our public information officer, Abby Worth, some forecast assistants and people helping has made the severe weather coverage extremely successful today, and we really appreciate it. We are continuing coverage. People are still being impacted. We do have a new severe thunderstorm warning that has been extended further east. This now includes Greensburg, 1-inch size hail, 60-mile-per-hour wind. Shelbyville getting impacted right now. North Vernon now under that warning, severe thunderstorm warning. Tornado warning does continue. Let's take a look at the latest scan. Let's see what we got going on here. Pretty broad area of rotation still. We want to watch it. The environment's still favorable. Pushing off to the northeast, going to get very close to Hartsville, and eventually up towards the Greensburg area in about 20 minutes. Storms are moving at 65 miles per hour, so there's not a lot of lead time. So you're going to have to get to your shelters pretty quickly with these storms. We can jump up to northern Indiana real quick. It's been rather quiet up there. Most of this area is done. Tornado watches have been allowed to expire. So if you are anywhere behind this line, you are done. Have a good night. Tagged in some posts. Thanks. I will take a gander here as soon as I can. Really, the focus right now for storms, really the remainder of the night is going to be in this region right here where the tornado watches continue. A couple severe storms down near Evansville with some large hail and gusty wind, and then the tornado warning here for Columbus, and the severe thunderstorm warning now extending east. Once these storms get into this area, we'll be done for the night. So we got at least another hour probably. I think we did 5.5 hours last week too. So these fast moving storms, our live streams don't go as long. All right. So new tornado warning now issued for that storm, the Columbus storm. All right. New tornado warning for the storm that now includes Greensburg, Westport, Hartsville, New Point, St. Maurice, This is now a new tornado warning radar indicated. It will go for 30 minutes. I guess I got to change my banner now. This does include portions of I-74, State Road 3, State Road 46. Let's zoom in here and take a gander at what we got going on. And they're likely just continue it because of the rotation. I mean, they are continuing because of the rotation, but because of the environment that this rotation is happening in right there. Very broad still, moving this way. It's going to get very close to Hartsville, might stay south, and eventually Greensburg. Let's do a mapping here. Get an idea on time. We'll take it all the way up to St. Maurice. So just kind of trying to follow and that path there. All right, so timing for towns: Waynesburg 6 minutes, New Bern 4 minutes, Harris City 14 minutes, Greensburg you're at 18 minutes now. So getting pretty close. There's a radar update, so you have less time now. Actually, it updated automatically. That's very convenient. 17 minutes now for Greensburg. Middle Branch 21 minutes. McCoy 20 minutes. St. Maurice 25 minutes. Population of 12,701 people. I think it's a little bit more than that probably. I don't know how accurate that is, but that's what it says. Rotation did tighten up slightly there on the last scan. It's going to be just north of Burnsville. And it's going to be going right over Waynesburg here very soon in the next couple of minutes. And it's because of this rotation right here. Starting to hook. Very typical hooking going on with that storm. Check comments here. Thanks, guys. Thank you guys so much. It's greatly appreciated. I know that we'll start losing some viewers here. People are in the clear. A lot of people are in the clear now. Hope everybody has a great night. If you're still downrange, we're still watching very closely, especially if you're in Greensburg, Batesville areas. Tornado warning just to your southwest there in Batesville and Brookville. Let's jump back out. Let's go back down to Evansville. We haven't talked about that in a minute. And we're seeing just a bunch of storms. Looks very disorganized. Some large hail, 1.5-inch size hail there. $50 size hail there. Jasper, Huntingtonburg. Good grief. I would say if you are, and now the best way to figure out whether you are in the clear or not is whether you're under a tornado watch or not. They will cancel the tornado watch after the threat is gone. So you can see where there's no yellow back here. So this whole area is clear. It includes Fort Wayne. You're clear. South Bend's clear. If you're behind this line, you are good for the night. Have a good night. We will update you guys tomorrow on Wednesday and the threat coming up on that day. Our focus right now will be the storms approaching Greensburg, eventually Connorsville, getting close to Richmond, all the way down to the Evansville area. Maybe let's switch over to Louisville here. Watching these cells with special weather statements as well. We'll be done. We'll be in the clear here. A lot of people are still under the gun, though, especially if you're in the Louisville metro, especially if you're up here in Seymour, North Vernon, Greensburg, Batesville, still tornado warning going. Let's go ahead and check in on that. There's still a severe thunderstorm warning for the southeast portions of Indianapolis metro. Let's jump back in. This is looking pretty suspicious, just with the hooking going on here. A little notch in the line. Let's check out the velocity scan on that. And yeah, it almost looks like it's becoming a little bit more organized. Right there is where your rotation would be. And it's just following that that polygon pretty well. going to be very close to Greensburg. You have to be careful with any shifts. We still have some storm chasers out doing their thing, though. Still getting it done out there, guys. So, still watching the. Actually, I just had an update. Let's take a look at what that was. There's an unbelievable. I mean, just so many damage reports across the state. It's just constantly beeping when NWS submits new damage reports. It's just nonstop. Yeah, so that's definitely the area we want to be paying attention to with this new tornado warning. We'll do an updated time frame here. I'm waiting for an update, though. I know it's about the scan, so I'm going to wait a second. Try to get caught back on comments while we wait for a scan here. Yeah, I would say Johnson County is probably in the clear as well for the night. Thanks, Cody. Appreciate it. We will be around Wednesday preparing a live stream. Wednesday, unfortunately, does look like another active day across the state. We all need to be paying attention to that. We will provide updates when we know more. All right, we just got a radar scan. Still broad rotation. That's the focal point right there, northwest of Westport, pushing this way. Let's get an updated time. .65 miles per hour. So towns in the path. Let's 4 minutes. Harris City 7 minutes. McCoy 13 minutes. Middle Branch 13 minutes. St. Maurice 17 minutes. And with the path it's currently taking, it looks to stay just to the south of Greensburg. It's going to get very close. Put it in motion. Yeah, it looks like it might just stay just to the south. Very close. Hopping back over to the reflectivity scan. Zoom in a little bit so you guys can see. I keep forgetting to turn off that tool every time I want to. So right here is where that curve is. That's what we're looking. Nice hook echo, and that's where the storm would produce a tornado if it does. See, buddy. You know, I'm going to be heading right for New Point, getting very close to Batesville. Saying just south of Greensburg, it looks like. I'll zoom out here, get an idea of what's going on. I know a lot of people are asking whether they're clear or not. So I'm going to map it out. If you are behind these storms, if you are anywhere in this area, you are clear. If the storms have passed you, you are done for the night. You guys can enjoy your night. We will update you on storm damage when we know more. There's a lot of reports, a lot to cover. So when we know more, we will post it. Our team of forecasters are making updates, and public information officers are making updates frequently, and they're keeping it going. So there's some new forecast updates for you guys on the page right now. But if you're behind this line, you are done. Let's jump back into the tornado warning for Greensburg. It's really the most concerning storm ongoing right now. We'll wait for a velocity scan to get a better idea here. We will take a look here at correlation coefficient, but there does not appear to be anything on the ground. I would say no, just looking at that. Very broad rotation still. There's the update, still broad. Nothing that's showing signs of an ongoing tornado. But still in this environment, you have to warn these because it's not going to take much. We still have storm chasers out across the map here. I'll get their locations updated. Blaze did make it to Salem. All right, let's take a look at some of our chasers out there right now. Still documenting severe weather. So Jacob is in southwest Indiana, monitoring the line of storms that's riding the river, the Ohio River. We'll be moving into the Evansville metro here very shortly. He is just west of the city, so if you're in Evansville and you want to know about the storms that are moving in from the west, this is what they look like right now. Switching over to Blaze, who is attempting to stay ahead of the storms in the Salem, Indiana area. Several special weather statements out on those storms. Nice rumble of thunder here locally. I like it. Then we have Chris Cooley, north of Columbus or somewhere in the Columbus area. That area was just under. Therefore, you're good. Actually recognize where he is right now. Columbus, Edinburgh area. That area was just under a tornado warning not too long ago. It's now this storm that has pushed east. 10-4. Has pushed east. What's up? I didn't expect to see you back. Any damage? Good. But this is the only storm really of major concern. All the other storms right now, so storms like Connorsville this warning down here is really a standard severe thunderstorm. 1-inch hail, 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts. Won't cause widespread damage. Might snap a few tree limbs, but nothing too crazy. At least hope not, right? All right, let's take a look at this tornado warning for Greensburg. Take another look here. There's your area of rotation that is triggering that warning. It is moving northeast towards New Point, eventually Batesville and St. Maurice. It's moving very quickly, 65 miles per hour, east-northeast. Yeah, getting pretty close to Connorsville. I believe Connorsville is now under a severe thunderstorm warning. They are. 1-inch quarter-size hail and 60 miles per hour wind. Waiting to see another scan on this because it looked like maybe it was trying again. We're just waiting for another scan now.
Wind blew my ladder over off my house here in Seymour.
That's actually some pretty crazy wind, not gonna lie. Blow a ladder like that. Nope. Bloomington will be in the clear remainder of the night. Tornado watch should be expired here pretty soon for that area. Take a look at the power outages again. We're up to 108,000 power outages in the state. So a lot of power outages ongoing. I think a majority of them remain north of 70. Brown County, Monroe County is tracking over 3,300 outages. Looks like the worst place right now is Porter County, which is where that fatality happened earlier. They're at about 15,000 power outages right now. St. Joseph County, where South Bend is also at 25,000 power outages. Those are the highest numbers we have. Also more population, so it makes sense. Stark County at 5,000. Pulaski is about 200. But it seems like most of the power outages are in northern Indiana.
Update. I'm trying to make my way down the court and take a gander on some of this funny business going on these little bitty cells. So you can see the front of the shelf cloud. I'm just trying to punch in front of it.
10-4, sir. That was Blaze Abner there updating. New scan update. Again, rotation remains broad. I'm not seeing too much of a concern right now. Just looking at that. This might be something down here in North Vernon, though. No, I think it's just bad radar. A lot of inflow likely feeding into that storm. That's what we got so far. We are almost done, folks. We are almost done. We are getting there. I can actually see skies clearing on the live weather camera here in Martinsville. Light at the end of the tunnel. We are almost done. We're watching Greensburg for you. Tornado warning continues. Let's zoom in and get an idea. We gotta get some showers being pulled in. Right here's the rotation. And it's just right along the southern edge of that tornado warning polygon. What? Cancel it. Yeah. Let me see. Good reflectivity and zoom out. No, I believe that was the alert you got was probably the cancellation of the tornado watch. I think there's still a tornado watch ongoing, but there has not been anything new issued. So they probably updated it and it triggered your device. They have not issued a new tornado watch. They won't. This will be it for the night. Indianapolis is in the clear now. Those storms are east of you. Richmond getting hit next. No severe warning on that storm. New tornado warning now includes Batesville, All right, so new tornado warning for Batesville, Brookville, Metamora, and a large portion of I-74 for that rotation on the storm that is pushing through the Greensburg area. This warning will go for 25 minutes. The storm continues to move at 60 miles per hour to the east, so it's still moving pretty quickly. Let's take a look at velocity and we'll get a time here. Actually, let's see if we can get a better view from Island. We cannot. Stick with Indianapolis. So that's the rotation right there. So you guys can see it right between both tornado warning polygons. That's the rotation moving this direction. So Napoleon, Sunman, looks to stay south of Batesville for now, but there is a tornado warning for a reason. So seek shelter. Let me zoom out. Let's get an idea on timing here from the center of this rotation following the path at 60 miles per hour. Napoleon, 6 minutes. Batesville, 14 minutes. And this is from the rotation. This is not from the storm itself. A lot of areas are probably already getting the storm. This is from just the rotation itself, why the tornado warning was triggered. Lawrenceville, 22 minutes. St. Peter, 23 minutes. Southgate, 27 minutes. And New Trenton in about 30 minutes. This is all part of the tornado watch that continues until 1 a.m. I don't think we're going to need it that long because this tornado warning is almost to Ohio. So a lot of Indiana will be canceled in that tornado watch. We're going to follow this storm until it gets to Ohio because I have a weird feeling about this one. So I just want to watch it for a little bit. But this tornado warning does include Batesville, St. Peter, Cedar Grove, Brookville, Brookville Lake, Metamora, I-74. Let me update my banner. Check out these storm reports real quick. I'm hearing. All right, let's get back to action. Continuing our severe weather coverage. So here's a better scan there. You can see where that rotation is. Looks better than what it did a few scans ago. That is moving this direction. Napoleon's it's basically on top of you right now. Sunman getting pretty close. St. Peter eventually. I-74. Then you want to watch the Harrison area and maybe Mount Carmel as well. Even though you guys aren't in the warning, these storms are moving 60 miles per hour. It will not take long to get there. I think in 30 minutes, the storm went from Nashville to where it is now. So it's moving. All right. While we have a moment, let's back up. Looks like a new severe thunderstorm warning that includes Richmond. 60 mile per hour wind gusts there. That's going to be in Ohio very soon. My thing is not going in motion. There it goes. This is what we're looking at. So we have severe thunderstorm warnings continue all the way up from the Richmond area all the way down to Jasper. They are moving east towards Louisville. And with the obviously the focus being the tornado warning in southeast Indiana, approaching the state line very soon. We still have our dedicated team out in the field keeping us up to date, providing a source of entertainment. I'm watching Team Windseeker pretty closely as he tries to stay ahead of the line. He's getting down to Corden now. Chris Cooley, probably up closer north of Edinburgh now, getting back into Indianapolis, heading home more than likely. He went south, got on that tornado warning near Columbus. Heavily rain wrapped. All these storms are rain wrapped pretty bad. So it's going to be very difficult to see any tornado or wall cloud that may form. You have to be pretty much in the storm at that point. Jacob Wolf, west of Evansville, watching storms move east into the city. Everything looks pretty elevated there. We said from the start that damaging wind was going to be the main concern, and it definitely is. And it has been. A lot of damage reports regarding wind. I'm sure we'll probably get a few tornado reports out of it before it's all said and done. That'll be up to the National Weather Service to survey. Just that information when they can. I'm getting stuffy. I don't know why. All right. Tornado warning continues in southeast Indiana. This includes Batesville, Brookville, parts of Brookville Lake, and I-74. Let's go back into our velocity scan here and take a gander. And it definitely is not as clean as it was 2 scans ago or so. So maybe a weakening trend here as it moves off to northeast, but it did weaken before and recycled. So severe thunderstorm warning continues for. I'm sorry, I think they just issued it. Yeah. Severe thunderstorm warning for Dearborn, Franklin, Union, and Wayne County. There is a tornado possible tag on that storm. And it's going to be this storm right here, which makes sense because it's tornado warned. And it's vertical line right here. It's moving east, impacting Connorsville, Columbia, Metamora. And it's getting pretty close to state line. Right there's a state line, the white line right there. It'll be crossing the state line probably in about 15 minutes. All right, let's dive back into this Batesville tornado warning. Wait for a scan update. That might just be bad radar feed, honestly, because it looked like it glitched on me there. Not a lot of hail in this storm either. And nothing scary on CC. All right, zoom back out. Let's go south towards Salem. This is the storm that Team Windseeker is on. If I can switch radars. There we go. Likely some hail going on with that storm as it approaches New Pekin. 1-inch size hail, 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts on this storm. And nothing scary there. Severe thunderstorm warning for Ripley in Switzerland County is continuing until 8:30 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. I don't know why I said daylight time. Just say Eastern Time. Eastern Standard Time. All right, let's jump back up to that tornado warning real quick. I think we're getting close enough. We can switch to Wilmington radar.
Still pretty rough.
So tornado warning continues for another 15 minutes or so for Brookville, Metamora, I-74, and eventually getting pretty close to the Ohio line. Have I missed anything from staff? Figures. Huh?
Lafayette did pretty good. Lafayette video.
All right, let's pause this. Let's take a look at the update here on the scan. They still think Indianapolis looked better. No, they both look bad. We're right in between both radars now. Nothing really sticking out right now regarding this tornado warning for Brookville, Batesville. Again, might be doing a cycle. We'll jump up to Richmond real quick and take a gander. It's hard to tell what that is. I think that's just bad radar. It's really messy. Yeah, it is. Not seeing anything crazy. Up in Richmond, a straight line wind damage threat, mostly 60 mile per hour. So nothing too crazy. I think the night is really wrapping up. Storms are barely severe right now, and they're hanging on. We're kind of losing that daytime heating that we had. Storms are losing some energy. We still have a severe thunderstorm down east of Evansville as well. But the entire line is super messy now. So
Storms are just kind of doing the thing. Oh, look at that. That's a good shot from Blaze. Let me pull that up. He's got his rear camera on. And you can see the shelf cloud there chasing him.
Yeah, I can't swing around in a responsible way because I got 12 in front of me.
Yeah, 12 in front of him. But he's got this cool rear camera, Windseeker storm chasing does, and you can see the shelf cloud racing east, and he is staying out ahead of it. So it's a pretty cool shot there of that. Oh, that lightning helped out a lot.
I might be able to get a shot here. I'm coming into New Salisbury, so I should have a spot where I can swing around and use the phone cam. It's going to have a better shot.
Copy that. We'll check back on him here in a second. Tornado warning does continue over here. Getting pretty close to Ohio line now. This includes Batesville. It's crossing I-74 right now where the rotation would be. And nothing spectacular anymore. They might let this warning expire. We'll see. This thing's been going off all day.
Right, there's a shelf. I'll sit for a second. I'm ready to bust down south again because of a severe thunderstorm warning that's now out for Cordon in Georgetown. I'm smack center in it, so I'm going to do what I can and see if I can't get south again here in just a minute. But there's your shelf.
10-4, we'll sit here and look at it until you're ready to leave. Beautiful shelf cloud there in southern Indiana. And almost looked like a lowering too there, Blaze. Looks spooky.
I mean, there is some funny business going on radar, but it's not enough where I can really confirm it as funny business. So
10-4. Great shot, buddy. Thanks for showing us that. We'll jump back over to radar so that he can continue his trip south. I'm just waiting for a radar scan on this storm. It's taking a minute. It's been, I guess it's only been 2 minutes. Usually they scan a lot faster though. Like during severe weather days, it's like I'm sure Blaze is about to be like, well, actually they scan this many times. We're up to 114,000 power outages in the state. That is a lot of power outages. All right, we got an update here. So right here is the area of rotation, and that is moving this direction. So just south of Batesville. It looks to say south of Brookville and Metamora, close to St. Peter, close to Sunman, and we'll cross I-74 at some point. All right, let's look at some comments. Yep.
Update, Brown County has about 1,500 people without power.
Okay. Do we have power outages here? Man, we held strong, didn't we? I for sure thought even a gust of 60 like we had would be enough. I think it was probably closer to 50. But
I think the center went off, if that's standard.
No, Bloomington's clear for the night. If you are behind the line of storms, you are clear. If you've already been hit, you are done for the night. Let's see. This guy goes, "Okay, bye." So you're clear. Okay, bye.
I'm gonna Sarah sent a video debris clearing. I'm gonna post that to the page and just like recovery efforts are beginning for areas impacted.
Okay. What's it look like? Where's she posted?
In content, it's a car cutting a tree. But it gives your page a good transition.
Second.
You don't have to.
But I post that. I probably wouldn't post that
Okay, copy that.
personally. I'm just gonna let them figure it out at this point. All right, I forgot I was live. That rotation that was there is gone now. We'll see if it recycles here before it gets to Ohio. Our night is likely coming to an end here at IWN. Of course, we will continue providing updates. The storms are weakening out pretty well. Maybe gusts to 60, maybe some quarter-size hail. We'll let this tornado warning expire. It might get updated again. If it does, it'll be Ohio at that point. Sure, I can answer that. Storms up there are producing 70-mile-per-hour gusts. Those are pretty good. Storm is moving at 60 miles per hour. Let's see how long it'll take to get to Dayton. We'll just pick right, maybe right here. 60. to Dayton, Ohio. Looking at, where is it? Did I pass it? Dayton. They're about 36 minutes or so to Dayton, according to Doppler, based on 60-mile-per-hour wind speed or storm motion. This is what we're dealing with right now. Storms are exiting the state. They are getting out of here. Blaze is still running away from the shell cloud. You can see right below me. He is not driving in reverse. That is a rear view camera. Which way did what go? Storms? Storms are moving to the east. Well, I have a really good sunset cooking right now. Thanks, Mike. Yeah, I think Batesville's good. I haven't heard of any damage reports or anything yet. Storm would be impacting Batesville as we speak. And rotation is practically non-existent now. Oh, somebody used hashtag IWN. Are you guys checking it? Somebody from Greensburg just uploaded a video. Jacob Dodds, if you're still watching, thank you for using hashtag IWN so we can see. It is greatly appreciated. If you guys have storm reports, damage photos, or anything, and you want to upload to your pages, use hashtag IWN, and we can see the reports. See, first picture, second photo. Storm rolling into Carthage. We can hear Shelby County tornado signs, hashtag IWN. A few people used it. Oh, those are massive damage photos. Where are those from? Reese. Those would be Facebook photos.
Mm-hmm.
I guess I kind of just did your job. You'll figure it out from there. Let's see what Windseeker's up to, huh? He's out there. He's doing his thing. Let's take a look at radar down here.
Along I-64. I'm getting ready to get court. So.
10-4. It's convenient because he's driving towards home, so he can just follow the stores back home. Makes life easy. Did Reese ever answer?
What?
Did Reese answer?
No.
See if he's on the radio. Nope. All right, let's take a look at our tornado warning that continues. Switch over to Wilmington. Still got a little notch there. maybe something near Pentown. No, they let it expire. All right. Tornado warning has expired on that storm. And I think that's going to do it tonight, folks. I'm feeling it. They issued another tornado warning, but it's Ohio. Ohio. See, is it still radar indicated? Rotation's not that impressive either. All right, folks. Storms are winding down. They're pushing into Kentucky and into Ohio. So we are going to end today's live weather coverage. Here are the plans. Tomorrow we are going to begin updates for Wednesday. By tomorrow we'll have day 3 outlooks out, and we will begin messaging potential hazards for Wednesday. Wednesday needs to be on everybody's radar, no pun intended. Everybody needs to be monitoring Wednesday. Could be another big day, and we will keep you guys updated. Outlooks begin tomorrow. So yeah. Thank you guys so much. We really appreciate it. All the support. Thank you to everybody. Public Information Officer Abby Worth, Dalen Lloyd, Kevin, lead forecaster Kyle Bales, all the staff and moderators at the Indiana Weather Network. Thank you guys so much for your help today. Again, we'll update on Wednesday, beginning tomorrow morning, Monday morning. And I think that's it. You got anything? Awesome. Thank you guys so much. We'll talk to you later.